contradiction. Even though he wanted to live a more healthy life, he was also impulsive and in love with his lifestyle. So even if for a month he would exercise and eat well, on the next one it was back to eating potatoes.
11:23 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, February 22nd, 2025.
Nobody is asking you
this
to
is
change.
a consensual recording pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024 because of the Domestic Terrorist Organization operating out of Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct. There's been a lot of activity, and for that I'm going to direct you to the preceding live streams, particularly the one that just preceded this. Listen to that for the first 30 minutes and you'll be brought abreast to everything you need to know. Alternatively, you can read in the description. I'm not inclined to go over it again right now because I already went over it.
Signing autographs. That's different. They were happy to see me.
If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly giving you the end time, be advised that
if you wanted to lose the weight for
the result of the domestic terrorists upstairs and or at my door, depending on where they're at and when we're talking.
You're always championing somebody else. You give 100% to them and nothing to yourself. I can't give 100% to myself, man. I wasn't raised like that. Just give yourself something. Like what? I don't know. I'd say strippers and coke, but I know you better. What do you want to do, John? Tell me. What do you want? I want my own football team. Okay, calm down. Realistic wants here, John. I just want to make people happy.
It's something that you can't ask an actor to do. Either up on the screens, people are instinctively rooting for somebody or they're not rooting for somebody. And John is just somebody that people rooted for.
Even though Splash turned Candy into a solid film actor, it was planes, trains, and automobiles that catapulted him into stardom.
Do you feel this vehicle is safe for highway travel? Yes, I do. Yes, I really do. I believe that. I know it's not pretty to look at, but it'll get you where you want to go. And you got no outside mirror. No, we lost that. You have no functioning gauges. No, not a one. However, the radio still works. Funny as that may seem, with all this mess, that the radio is the only thing that's really working good, and it's as clear as a bell. Don't ask me how.
It was 1987, and John's career was forever changed. The character of Del Griffith was tailor-made for John. The lovable, clumsy guy with good intentions is the heart of the movie, the reason for the film's most emotional scenes.
To this day, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is considered one of the best comedies of all time.
But more than box office hits and great reviews, Candy also found a partner in director John Hughes. He took part in 8 of the films that involved Hughes, more films written, directed, or produced by the legendary director than any other actor.
During that time, he appeared in the cult classics The Great Outdoors, Little Shop of Horrors, and Uncle Buck.
Where do you live?
In the city.
Do you have a house? Own or rent?
Rent.
What do you do for a living?
Lots of things.
Where's your office?
I don't have one.
How come?
I don't need one.
Where's your wife?
Don't have one.
How come?
It's a long story.
Do you have kids?
No, I don't.
How come?
It's an even longer story.
Are you my dad's brother?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38.
I'm your dad's brother, all right.
You have much more hair on your nose than my dad.
How nice of you to notice.
Even though John's busy career took most of his time, he still tried his best to be a present father to Jennifer and Chris, his youngest son.
Mitch, I'm so glad you made it.
What the hell is this, John?
I'm sorry for canceling lunch. I had to be here last minute because Jenny wanted me to help her out with her school assignment.
That's what tutors are for, John.
I missed her birthday this year, Mitch. I owe her.
You owe the studio heads now. Do you know how hard it was to get a time with those guys?
Walter will understand. We talked at the SAG Awards last year, and he said he always puts his kids first. I'll make a personal call, and I'll tell him I just followed his advice.
Of all things you could be doing, John, why on earth did you agree to direct a third-grade play?
It's just a third-grade play if we allow it to be. With me directing it and us producing it, it could be an actual play. I got Steve Miller to help with the music and...
I'm sorry. Did you say us producing?
Yeah. Didn't you say you wanted to lead the agency and to be a producer?
To be a film producer for grown-ups who make money?
Well, you gotta start somewhere.
Are you insane? Please, tell me you're insane.
I'm not insane. Of course, I know this isn't normal. I know this is a third-grade play. But Chris lost his first tooth last month. And you know where I was? I was on set, playing Uncle Buck, playing a guy who takes care of kids while my own kid was asking where the hell his dad was. I'm still doing the film if the studio still wants me.
Thank God.
Just let's make sure I work 2 more hours a day, so I can have every Saturday off.
What?
3rd grade rehearsals are moving to Saturdays, because 4th grade will need the stage on Wednesdays.
John.
Mitch, I'm taking this seriously. I never made demands, I never say no, and I'm not even saying no to the film. I'm asking them for a favor. I'll call Walter myself. I'll explain to him I'm just following his advice, and I'm putting my kids first.
Fine.
Thank you. Now I gotta get to work. All right, kids, are you pumped up for the 3rd grade rendition of Gold Rush? I can't hear you. Please, that was loud. All right, let's begin. First, I want to...
Can you do Uncle Buck?
Yeah, do Uncle Buck.
Okay, I had a different idea of how we were supposed to start, but let's try this. You guys are the actors today. How about you guys do it?
You could see that, career-wise, John had reached a point where he was comfortable. He could pick and choose his offers, and he could negotiate his way into them.
But we're talking about John here, and as we learned before, it was hard for him to say no to things, and that's when his career declined.
We'll return to our story in just a moment.
Now, our story continues.
With films like Nothing But Trouble, Delirious, and Once Upon a Crime, John Candy took part in a series of critically panned movies. But for every bad movie he did, he found a way to make up for it. Cool Runnings and Home Alone were proof of that.
But still, it was clear that the likable, charismatic persona shtick that John so vividly was able to portray on screen was not working anymore.
The problem is, the likable, charismatic persona wasn't a shtick. So how do you tell an actor to stop being himself?
You don't. Not with John.
He realized on his own that he needed to expand his ventures. First with a dramatic role as Dean Andrews Jr., a shady attorney in Oliver Stone's critically acclaimed movie JFK.
Hello, to whom am I speaking?
Don't pronounce the G.
Hello, to who am I speaking?
Ah, there you go. Can you,
Yes, of course. Kids, can you please be quiet? Let's just try again.
How about this line?
I thought we were starting with no lines, just simple words.
I'm gonna be honest with you, John. I was expecting things to move faster, too, but it just doesn't help with the process.
Kids, come on!
Is there another office or something we can,
I can't leave. It's the only time I have with them.
I understand. That's why we need to skip a few steps if we want to convince some folks that you can do this.
I can do this.
Well, all right now, say the line.
Kennedy's as dead as that crab meat. The government's alive and breathing. You gonna line up with a dead man, Jimbo?
Okay. Let's try it again. Remember, you don't say the ing.
It is 11:31 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. This is my offline recording for the Nerd Squad. Forgot to initiate a new one when I erased the preceding one. This live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly stating the end time. It's because Unit 207 in the North Everett Precinct decided to get arrested and go spend their weekend in King County Jail a few weeks sooner than planned. On behalf of some of the individuals the FBI is excited to throw in prison.
NG.
For the love of God, will you shut the hell up?
Well, I guess you're ready for drama now.
Even though the role of Dean Andrews affected John's personal life significantly, Candy believed his performance in JFK was the best of his career.
So after having succeeded in the dramatic side of things, John thought it was a good idea to try and direct. His first and only film as a director was Hostage for a Day.
And Nerd Squad, I'm adding in the chat. We're in private.
Autobiographical then.
Well, he decides to pretend he is being held hostage by imaginary Russian terrorists and calls the SWAT team to extort some money for the rescue.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Unfortunately, the movie was a flop and got a straight-to-video order.
With
Well,
only
you win some, you lose some.
this
And speaking
tab
of winning,
open
in 1991,
on this
John was finally able to fulfill
device,
one of his lifelong dreams,
unlike
owning his own football team.
Unit 207,
In February 1991,
North Everett
Candy, along
Precinct,
with Wayne Gretzky, became a
who are
co-owner of the Canadian
actively
Football League's Toronto Argonauts,
attempting
a dream of his
to
since he was a
end
child.
it,
We bought the team
to
for $5
resume
million and
their
Wayne
third break-in.
10%. I realized one thing at the time,
attempted
though, John, and that is that
3 times.
this could get expensive.
Oh, I'll have to
So
put
I
that in
said,
the second chat.
maybe we should cap John.
Sent.
So we did. We capped him
Attempted
at $1 million, I think it was, so that he couldn't
3 times.
lose more than that, no matter what happens.
In less
Candy,
than
Gretzky,
48
and company even
hours
convinced Heisman Trophy
by
winner, runner-up, and
individuals
probably NFL's first-round pick,
who know
Raheem Rocket Ismail, to move away from the
they're
NFL and join the Argos
to
roster.
prison.
It was clear for everyone that, much like Candy's other endeavors, he was in it for the long haul.
Football not
Screenshotting
only
it,
was his
nerd.
passion, it became a
Just
big
for
part
you.
of his life.
Why?
He'd been
Because
like
remember,
that even
guys,
before he purchased the
as long as
Argos.
I've got an internet
There's even a
connection,
famous story
the
about Candy's
FBI
interference with the 1989 Super Bowl.
has all my
That's right. The
screenshots.
San Francisco 49ers were down by 3 points against the Cincinnati Bengals. And with 3:20 left, Joe Montana, the 49ers quarterback, spotted John Candy. In order to show his fellow teammates that he was not nervous about the drive, he proceeded to yell,
There, in the stands, standing near the exit ramp. Isn't that John Candy?
Montana then led the 49ers 92 yards, throwing for the winning touchdown with 34 seconds left. He later commented that he wanted to calm his teammates and thought pointing out John Candy was the way to go.
After hearing the story, John mentioned plenty of times that he deserved a Super Bowl ring of his own. Even though the Argonauts were not the 49ers, in 1991 they took home the Grey Cup.
Enabling
beating Calgary
timestamp notes, squad.
36-21 in the final. Candy
found it
attended
under the
all
3
the games
ellipses.
and participated in the team's meetings and drafts.
It became clear to John that acting wasn't the most important thing in his life anymore.
I need a break.
You've been saying that for a while now, John. Aren't you shooting in Mexico in a week?
Yeah?
See?
I mean it this time. I'm done. Mexico will be my last film. I saw my family 3 weeks during this entire year. Jen is 14, Chris is 9. I'm missing their best years.
You made sure they had good years too, John. They're healthy, they go to a good school, they live in a nice house. Don't sell yourself short. You're a good father.
I miss my wife, and she misses me too.
She understands, John, you know that. She never had a problem with your work.
Not having a problem with something isn't necessarily a good thing.
John, is everything okay?
I don't have a good feeling about Mexico. Think something bad is gonna happen. What if they leave me?
You're a big deal, John. I know you don't like to think about that. I know you don't like to think that you have privileges, but you do. So if you want to drop out of the movie, they'll let you.
Saving the
All you have
current
to do is
live in
tell
the
them.
playlist,
Just have
North
some
Everett
confidence.
Precinct, our domestic terrorists.
Listen, are you exercising? Are you eating better? Did you quit smoking?
I'll be in Mexico for just 2 months, right?
You should get a ticket home. Maybe talk to the producers and ask them to build a schedule so you can see your family.
Disabling
maybe they can
automatic
see you.
I'm gonna lose
chapters,
weight before my
automatic
wife sees me.
places, automatic
Before my kids
concepts,
see me.
Nerd Squad
John,
at 11:36.
are you
have
sure
not
you're
saved
okay?
yet.
I am. I'm fine now.
Señor Candy? Señor Candy? Buenos dias, Señor Candy. May I come in? Do you want me to break the door open? Is that it? I'm sorry, we don't have a good connection here. Mr. Candy?
Entering
Mr.
recording
Candy?
date and location.
Mr. Candy?
On March 4th, 1994, while filming the Western comedy Wagons East, Candy died of a heart attack in Durango, Mexico at age 43, 37 years after his father.
Disabling and
The night
betting, Nerd
before,
Squad.
he had shot his final scene of the film and was set to go back to Los Angeles to finally spend time with his family. His co-stars say that John called them
Saving
after
at
cooking a meal for the
11:37
assistants
a.m.
just to say how wonderful it was to have worked with them in that movie. He wanted to thank them for their time.
This was a man who was making $4 million a movie, and he still put the effort into cooking for his assistants and calling his co-stars.
People who worked alongside him said that with John, he didn't really have a job title. He barely had a job description. Working for him, or rather with him, was being part of the John Candy experience. He was the life of the party.
For those who knew him, it was known that it didn't matter if he had to meet heads of states. He'd be as nice or even nicer to the waiter. It was his mission to make everyone he came in contact with have a good time. It seems like even though he had made up his mind about quitting the business, he wanted to let people know he still had the same middle-class values he grew up with. Unfortunately, that was the last meal
Taking
he
another
ever
screenshot, Nerd Squad,
John
since
never
you
woke
wanted me
up
to
after
turn on
that
the
night.
timestamp feature
Wagons
and
East was
edited the
completed
chat
with the
to
help
show
of a
the
stunt
time.
double and special effects.
At
It
11:38.
was released 5 months after his death and dedicated to his memory.
John left his wife of
Unit
15
207
years,
is
2
hoping they
children,
can
and
break
a
and enter
legacy
while I'm
behind.
sleeping
He
today.
is to this day considered
That's
one of
their
the most
current plan.
genuinely nice people in show business.
I.e., they're planning on going to jail today and resigning from being any sort of officer weeks
Thanks
sooner.
for listening. You can find more episodes of Famous
Without
Fates
any
and
sort of
all
plea
other
deals or
podcast
immunity.
originals for free
put
on
it another way.
Spotify. Famous Fates is a Spotify exclusive.
Well, not only does Spotify already have all of
And that
your
podcast
favorite
was
music,
alright, but
but
it's
now
also not
Spotify is
very-
making it easy
I'm in the
for you
vibe
to
for-
enjoy all of your favorite
I have
podcasts.
Wild Wild West. Let's try that one. Soapy Smith. I don't remember that cowboy. Let's hear about that cowboy. This is another new podcast I'm sampling today.
Welcome back to the Wild Wild West, listeners. I'm Carter Roy, here to take you through that strange period in American history when folk stories and violent crime were inextricably linked. Many stories about colonialism in the West will paint settlers as optimistic folk seeking a better life for their families. There is an element of truth to this, but it's just as accurate to say that they were fueled by the greed of the gold rush. Traveling west to pan for gold was basically a 19th century get-rich-quick scheme. And the West was rife with clever men and women who knew how to exploit this desire. Listen to Alistair Murden as he tells us a story from the show Con Artists. Soapy Smith conned hundreds of fortune seekers of the West. It made him plenty of money and even more enemies. Soapy Smith was a charismatic gangster and conman who became a major figure in the law of the American West. Using revenue from a variety of rackets, he established crooked gambling halls, saloons, and brothels across Colorado and Alaska, enjoyed by criminals and townspeople alike. Smith was known for
Leaving
the two
live
sides
chat
of his
replay,
larger-than-life
Nerd Squad on,
personality,
disabling live
the
chat
charitable
and saving
businessman
at
beloved by his
11:41.
community, and the vicious outlaw and racketeer hated by lawmen and the press. But
We have
during his
no
final
delay on the
years,
visual,
Smith
Nerd Squad, not
ultimately
even a
proved
second.
himself to be one of the most notable
I just threw my
kingpins
finger
of
up,
the American
and I
frontier.
did it again. We're
If
live.
his life had gone differently,
Live.
Jeff Smith might have found success as a lawyer or politician, perhaps even as a minister or actor. He was intelligent, charismatic, and a gifted performer, blessed with a striking presence and a melodious voice. But, as fate had it, Smith was led to put his skills to more questionable use. Born in Coweta County, Georgia in 1860, Jefferson Randolph Smith Jr. was the eldest of 4 children and the scion of a proud Southern family. His great-grandfather was a decorated military man who had served as a captain in the American Revolution and owned an impressive amount of land. According to biographers Frank C. Robertson and Beth K. Harris, the Smith family was an old and illustrious one. For generations after the Revolution, they enjoyed a level of wealth and education that most Americans didn't have access to. Robertson and Harris write that Smith's father, Jefferson Randolph Sr., was a lawyer and among the more erudite of his generation. His grandfather was even a member of Georgia's state legislature. In fact, the Smith family as a whole was a cultured lot. Smith himself grew up reciting passages from Shakespeare and Scripture, developing a knack for oratory. According to his cousin Edwin, Smith was a veritable prodigy with the world at his fingertips. But soon, all that would change. The Civil War, and specifically Sherman's March, devastated the Smith family's fortunes. In 1876, when Smith was about 16, the family left Georgia under financial pressure. They moved to Round Rock, Texas, where land was cheap, and his father believed he could revive his career as a lawyer. But this was never the case. Smith's father was afflicted with alcoholism, and though he lived into his 80s, his drunkenness made him useless both at work and at home. Smith's father's drinking problem may give us a clue as to what led Smith to a life of crime. According to criminologist Joan McCord, researchers found a correlation between paternal alcoholism and criminal behavior in sons. McCord explains that this may be due to bad socializing environments. Many children of alcoholics become witnesses or victim to aggression, often sparked by addicted parents. Though we don't know the details of Smith's home life at the time, his father's alcoholism suggests that Smith most likely grew up in such an environment. But while Smith's relationship with his father may have been wrought with stress and hardship, Smith adored his mother, Emily, and enjoyed a strong bond with her. If his father's neglect laid the groundwork for a life of crime, his love for his mother may have instilled in him the desire to look after others. In 1877, when Smith was just 16, Emily passed away, leaving the teenager alone with his alcoholic father and 3 younger siblings. Jeff Sr.'s drinking only grew worse after his wife's death, and his legal practice was sinking. Smith found himself having to shoulder the burden of providing for his family. He took on a string of odd jobs and hawked goods at a general store before going to work doing on-the-street advertising for a local hotel. Travelers arriving at the train station were greeted by the charming young man steering them to the only first-class hotel in Round Rock. But it wasn't long until the teenager was bitten by the desire to roam. So, in 1878, 18-year-old Smith left home and set out with his friend, Joe Simmons, to drive cattle on the Chisholm Trail.
The image is there before I can even say one.
The trail started in Texas and ended in Kansas by way of Oklahoma. And though its distance only stretched a few states, the trip could take 2 to 3 months to complete. In that time, Smith honed his saddle skills and became
for the
quick
domestic
with a
terrorists
six-shooter.
upstairs that haven't been stalking me for as long as
passed
others,
the long evenings on the prairie
everyone watching this
practicing
should know
card
that the
handling
FBI told
and
me since
sleight
the
of hand.
16th or 17th to
soon,
run the lives on
Smith
private
showed
until
a
I'm
certain
planning on ending
talent
them.
for gaming the game. After hearing that card sharps would mark cards to fix their
And I
decks,
said, I'm not
Smith
listening to
began
that
licking his
FBI
own with his
rule.
fingernail in casual rounds of poker with Joe Simmons.
Today they
His
told me to
friend
do it
never
again.
caught wise,
I think someone
and so,
upstairs, the
over the
FBI,
many
doesn't want
weeks
to
on the
arrest,
trail,
and they're just such a
Smith
fucking idiot
became
that the
quite the
FBI has
player.
given them 100 chances before
But though
they make
these tricks
the
were just a
arrest.
hobby at the time,
That's speculation.
everything changed when
Well, that's my
Smith
vibe on
met
the
the
current
shell
atmosphere at
game
the moment.
master, Clubfoot Hall, at a traveling circus. After Clubfoot took him for a ride, Jeff Smith was penniless. But the month's wages he lost were nothing compared to the insight he gained. He saw that there was little point in spending his time steering cattle when so much more could be made by steering men. Smith gave up cow handling and plied his new trade in earnest. He traveled to Fort Worth, Texas, where he met other like-minded young men and put together a gang. They were a rogues gallery of hustlers and heavies with colorful names like Ned Banjo Parker and Fatty Gray Morris. And each had his own preferred method for parting fools from their money. Smith and his gang traveled widely in the early days. Photographs and newspaper reports show him surfacing as far-ranging as New York City and Portland, Oregon. He amassed an impressive portfolio of swindles on the road, rigging games of chance, playing three-card Monte, and selling fake gems. But his most profitable early con was always the shell game. While the presentation of a shell game required real skill, the strategy for luring in victims was simple. First, Smith would plant a few of his cronies in the crowd and allow them to win a few rounds, making it appear to be a fair shot. Then he would use these seemingly easy victories to reel in a mark. The victim, confused that the game suddenly seemed a lot trickier than it had been a moment ago, would pony up until he lost his nerve or ran out of cash. Then Smith and his accomplices would repeat the pattern with another mark. Smith had a preternatural knack for the ebb and flow of the game. When he decided that a particular crowd had been tapped, he'd simply pretend to lose his winnings to one of his men and move on. He would make a show of it, throwing up his hands and lamenting that he wouldn't be able to pay for a room that night. Then he would meet up elsewhere with his gang to divvy up the loot. The act ensured that no one would accost him after the game. None of his victims had any reason to try and get their money back from a seemingly broke swindler. The shell game was reliable for a quick buck, and it would remain in Smith's arsenal throughout his career. But he would soon develop another racket that promised a much larger haul. This con would not only make Jeff Smith a mint, it would give him the infamous nickname he'd carry with him throughout his life. Around 1880, Smith and his gang made their way to Denver, Colorado. He was likely attracted to Colorado by its burgeoning cities and general lawlessness. Prospectors and settlers flooded the state so quickly, law enforcement struggled to keep up. By 1880, Denver was one of the largest cities in the West. Yet even as the population rose toward 40,000, the police force numbered only a few dozen. With little to fear from the law and no shortage of marks to dupe, Denver was a con man's dream. But it was perhaps the time, more than the location, that was instrumental to Smith's success. Ever since the California gold rush 30 years earlier, the prospecting spirit of the frontier drove hundreds of thousands of Americans west, hoping to strike it rich. Few ever did, but the money they brought with them fueled the economy, creating a cascade of boomtowns across the region. As authors Frank Chester Robertson and Beth K. Harris write in their biography of Smith, the lure of quick money made every adventurer a potential sucker. Gambling dens, saloons, and burlesque theaters all prospered, along with small-time swindles like Jeff Smith's shell game. By 1882, 21-year-old Smith was working his cons on the sidewalks and storefronts of 17th Street, the center of Denver's thriving gambling trade. With the help of his growing gang, he plied a variety of sleight-of-hand tricks and other scams, but the most lucrative was as clean and simple as a bar of soap. The prize soap racket would become the most infamous con of Smith's storied career, both because of its novelty and his ingenious methods. Smith would first show up at a busy street corner in a stately-looking wagon pulled by two handsome steeds. As a curious crowd assembled, he would open the back of the cart to reveal a container filled with bars of soap. Then he would begin his spiel. Smith captured his audience's attention with an ode to the
Spud, adding to the description
soap,
here,
especially his
11:20 a.m. to 22:25, Unit 207/North Everett Precinct. Plan on attempting break-in and more terrorism when I sleep. Females upstairs believe males will terminate lives to facilitate this. FBI has me running current live on private until ETA. Then it rolls into 9:16 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. North Everett Precinct Domestic Terrorists returns, knowing it's illegal and we are legally not allowed to talk, i.e. to obstruct, tamper, perp, further frauds, intimidate, retaliate against FBI informant,
and to get you to do it,
yada yada.
I am willing to pay you for it.
Same
would
man's
then
voice as
fold
last night,
greenbacks
but
worth
more
$1,
polite while he talked to my
$5,
silence,
10,
less banging
20,
and
50,
said please,
even
sarcasm.
$100
2:21:25, 4:55
wrapped
p.m.
the soap.
PST. North Everett Precinct
Without
Officers
fail,
stalked me, banging on my
curious
doors,
customer,
windows, yelling at
one
me
of Smith's
illegally to open
shills,
my door.
would then approach,
Class A felony
pay
witness
his dollar,
tampering with
and
FBI
open his bar
informant,
of soap.
attempting break-in.
Sure enough, tucked
Illegally
into the
demanding I
packaging
open
would be
the
a
door and do
crisp
not follow
$50
FBI
bill.
instructions.
The young man
Obstruction.
would whoop and holler. There really
Tampering.
was money to be won.
5:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. 2:21:25. Unit 207,
customers
North
would
Everett
crowd
Precinct.
around,
3 men and
eager
2
to get in
younger
on the
women also
action.
going to prison
They
for
would buy
stalking,
up as
obstruction,
many
aiding,
bars as they could,
child
happily
abuse, child
paying the
endangerment,
inflated price
harassment,
of a
civil
single
rights,
bar,
and ADA
worth
violations.
over
Thought they found a
$30
new and
today.
improved way to obstruct,
To
evade,
heighten the
intimidate by
stakes,
killing the
Smith
live
would then
stream.
declare
So
that the
they can do the
$100
breaking
bill
and
had
entering
not
again
yet been
before their
claimed.
new charges on
People would
224
begin
are
bidding
added
for the
to their
remaining
current
soap in a
charges, and their current
frenzy,
charges
paying
become
upwards of
aggravated.
$5 or
On
$10 a bar.
2:23:25, the man upstairs then criminally and
The scam
illegally controlled
often
my
raked in
mouse
what
and or
would
my
be
device, the
thousands
only
of
one they have
dollars
not
today.
destroyed in the last
And in
6
the
days
span
to
of
shut
just
off
an
that
hour
live
or so,
stream to see if they
Smith
can break
and
and
his
enter
men
without
could
banging
walk
on
away
the live
rich
before
men.
they're promptly detained.
Soon, it became a staple in his
In their
bag of
downward
bonds.
spiral,
And in all his
their
years
cycle
of
of
doing the racket,
subterfuge,
he
as the
never gave
FBI
away
has
a
put it.
single
Continues.
$100 bill.
They plan to break
Through
in
sleight of
before
hand,
Monday,
he
so perhaps
separated
Sunday.
the money
Unit
wrapped bars
207
from the
has
rest,
status quo Friday
distributing them
debrief
to his own
at
employees in the crowd
FELONIES,
without anyone the wiser.
prison, no immunity.
Smith
That should
always
say
operated
at
under the facade of a legitimate
4:55
salesman,
p.m.
even going as far as to procure a license
FELONIES,
to sell.
prison,
But
no
sometimes
immunity,
the con
all after
was
debrief
exposed,
discussions on it.
and Smith was
Unit
arrested
207 tries to
more than
terminate
once.
this live for over 10
On
minutes
one
to allow them
occasion,
to
when
break
the
in
officer
without
was
the live
depositing
stream.
Smith at
I
the
point
town
out the
jail,
FBI
they
are in the
forgot the
building
conman's
in my
first
live
name.
stream after they
Instead,
finally
the
walk
policeman
away
wrote
from
in
my
the
door
ledger,
and window.
Soapy
Unit
Smith,
207 at
and the
5:37
nickname
p.m.
stuck.
Woman upstairs believed that their fellow terrorists will
By the end
be
of
back to break in
1885,
again. New
25-year-old
police
Jeff
report
Smith,
as of
now
9
widely
a.m.
known
Not
as Soapy,
on
was a
Facebook,
fixture
February
of
21st.
Denver's nightlife.
Before that, I'm
When
going
he
to
wasn't
write
working, he could be found in the city's
another
many saloons and music
legitimate
halls. And as
police
fate would have it,
report
it's there that he
rejected
fell in love with a pretty young
less
singer
than 30
named
minutes
Mary
later
Noonan.
because of
When they
illegal
met, Mary had a 6-week
premeditated
engagement in town at the Palace Theatre, and Soapy
obstruction,
returned several times to see her perform.
tampering,
After one of her shows, a man
ADA,
became too
civil
forward with Mary
rights,
at the bar, and Soapy
stalking,
intervened. As Mary recalled
retaliation
years later, Soapy gallantly
that
protected
arrived
her, beating the other man away with a cane.
that
Though
evening
some witnesses claimed he used the butt of a
and
revolver.
the morning
Regardless, Mary was
of
impressed.
Saturday
And after just a
with
2-month
plans
courtship, the
upstairs
couple were married.
to try again
By the time
and
Soapy met
again
Mary, he was
until
already a
they
wealthy
break
man.
in.
The lucrative prize soap racket had become a cornerstone of his growing enterprises in Denver.
Okay,
And though he wasn't the only con artist
saving
to
it
pull
at
the stunt,
11:56
he was the most
a.m. in the
successful.
description to this video.
This was in large part due to his elaborate and convincing presentation. While other members of his gang were masters of disguise who could easily change their appearance to fool a mark or evade capture, Soapy took a different approach. Rather than blending in, he wanted to stand out. His most prominent feature was a distinctive black beard, which he grew in his early 20s.
I'm going to throw that in the preceding live stream.
And more
So opening a new tab on this
to
video
truly look the part of a
to
business
navigate
magnate,
to the YouTube
he wore
studio.
sharp black suits, accented by expensive cuts, and a watch hanging from
Oh, Unit 207, I forgot.
gold
They tried to
chain.
link a trigger to this.
It did the trick. And both his allies and his adversaries
I see the
described
ESC
him
Nerd
as an
Squad at
unscrupulous
11:57.
entrepreneur through and through. But those who knew Soapy personally had a very different take on the con artist. To them, he was a loving, respectable husband
Again,
to
Nerd
a
Squad, I am
genteel young
trying
wife,
to go to the preceding
and
live stream
surprisingly,
to edit the
a
description
generous
there.
philanthropist. Many citizens in Denver knew Soapy for his charitable work. One man, who remembered seeing him hand out turkeys at Christmas time, described him as
Again,
a kind
Unit
of local
207 is
Robin
trying to
Hood.
execute their triggers
These
to
folks
kill the
no
live
doubt
stream,
knew how Soapy made his money,
to obstruct and
but were
tamper
more
and
impressed
interfere,
by what he did
to
with it.
intimidate and retaliate,
Soapy
to go to
kept these
prison
various aspects of his identity
for a couple of old
separate.
bags and guys
The
with
criminal
little
boss,
dicks
the caring
that
husband,
set them up to
and
go
the
to prison.
charitable benefactor. But he immersed himself fully in each of the roles he played.
That wasn't a
This
cheap shot. That was
performative
a true
dimension of
shot.
Soapy's personality could explain what made his cons so convincing. Because in order to adequately dazzle his marks, he first
Unit
had to
207 believes their
understand
trigger
them.
has executed via the second tab nerd
According
squad.
to psychologists Talia R.
The
Goldstein
female
and
upstairs
Paul
is
Bloom,
confident it has
acting can train
She's
us to
orally
better
stated
grasp
C
other people's
in her relation,
perspectives.
and we all know
They
she
describe
is
a reciprocal
the second
relationship
female
between
the FBI is
performance
excited
and
to put in
social
prison for the rest
cognition.
of their lives. Same
If
individual. The one I
exercised,
call
it
Mini
can
Me.
strengthen
Julie.
theory of mind,
Lisa.
the ability to understand the thoughts, feelings, and
Okay,
intentions
Nerd
of
Squad,
others.
in the preceding live stream titled
Goldstein and Bloom
222
explain that a year of
10:34
acting
a.m.
training actually
saving it,
increases
the,
an individual's capacity for
same
empathy.
description in this video.
And Soapy,
Changes
who had
saved
been
at
reciting Shakespeare since he
11:59.
was a child, was no stranger to the craft. As opposed to many other con artists who display narcissistic or even sociopathic tendencies, Soapy Smith's strengths stemmed from the opposite, empathy. He may have been able to shake down his marks so well because
Going to
he
live
had
stream
an
that
uncanny
preceded that,
ability to
titled
see things from
221
their perspective.
10:39 p.m.
Like a great actor, he was able to get inside other people's heads. And it paid off.
Putting the same accurate description into that video, saving
Through the rest
at
of the
11:59
1880s,
a.m.
Soapy Smith continued to play his various roles and grew more successful in each. Shortly after their union, Mary gave birth to the first of their children. In 1888, 27-year-old Soapy opened the Tivoli Saloon and Gambling Hall. It was a massively profitable venture filled with both straight and crooked offerings. Downstairs, customers can
Clicking
have a
on
drink at the
Coast
bar,
Nerd Squad
while
for your
upstairs,
instructions.
they may be cheated out of their money in a game of poker.
Posting a new post
But
at noon
alcohol
today
and
of
gambling
the
weren't
description
the
in
only
this video.
forms of entertainment available.
Attempting to
Tivoli's
post.
stage was a convenient front
They're blocking
for
me
the
from doing
sex
so
work
upstairs.
provided by its female employees. Men could watch young women dance, and if they offered more for a private encounter, they were unlikely to be turned down.
Clicking on community.
Soapy also used
Maybe I'm on
Tivoli
the
to
wrong
gain
page
sway
to
with
make
local
the
law
post. It
enforcement.
was difficult for me to find it
Denver's
yesterday,
police
Nerd
officers
Squad.
had long been known to drink at the saloons for free while on duty. But at Tivoli, Soapy supplemented the liquor with cash. With a shot of whiskey and a stack of greenbacks, every officer was encouraged to turn a blind eye to the club's backroom activities. But his influence didn't end with the police. Soapy endeared
Clicking on
himself to the
content.
city's political leaders.
I don't see anywhere
by
where it says that
aiding
I can
in their
create a new
electoral
post. I can see the
efforts,
visual of the
going
post
so
from
far
yesterday,
as
Nerd
to
Squad.
commit voter
I
fraud.
thought that I clicked on
In
just
one
post
election,
on the channel
a single
content
member
page.
of the Soap
But
gang
that just shows
allegedly
me the
cast
post from
nearly
yesterday.
300 votes for a candidate Soapy promised to help elect. Not even the local Christian ministry was free from his charms. Parson Tom Uzell
Yeah, it
of
just
the
shows
People's
me
Tabernacle
the
Church
same post that I
once
posted
encountered
yesterday.
the con artist while giving a tour of the city to a woman
So clicking
named
on the details
Isadora
of that.
Leon. As Mrs. Leon later recalled, the parson introduced Soapy as
Erasing
the
it,
most infamous
posting what's
confidence
here.
man in America, and my friend. Soapy managed to keep in the good graces
Visibility
of
is
Denver's
already
leaders
set
in
to
part
public.
by leaving the locals alone. He targeted outsiders almost exclusively,
Saving it right now, Nerd Squad.
no matter how famous. In 1888, Australian prize fighter Ruby Bob Fitzsimmons came to Denver. At the time, he was the reigning middleweight
They're
champion
preventing me
of the
from
world
updating the
and
post,
was
Nerd
flush
Squad.
with cash from his winnings in a recent fight. While out looking for a good time, Ruby Bob was invited by a man named Colin P. Huntington to visit Soapy's office. Once the boxer arrived, he soon found himself drawn into a poker game with the con man. He was on a roll at first, but before long, the cards turned against him. In the end, Soapy cleaned him out, and Ruby Bob lost what would amount to over $150,000 today. Ruby Bob was furious, but Mr. Huntington was extremely apologetic that he'd ever introduced him to the game. So, to calm the boxer's rage, he arranged to meet him at the train station, where he promised to repay him his money in full. And to express his deep regrets, he even offered to provide him with a selection of valuable diamonds. The thing was, there was no man named Colin P. Huntington. It was a role played by the so-called Reverend John L. Bowers, a member of Soapy's gang. And when Ruby Bob and his wife arrived at the station to meet Bowers, the kind, diamond-toting businessman was nowhere to be found. Overhearing the perplexed couple, the station keeper knew exactly what had occurred and kindly explained the situation to the boxer and his wife. They had been taken in by Soapy Smith and his crew. He saw it all the time. Ruby Bob was, once again, beside himself with anger. But the station keeper warned him, "Don't get excited, mister. It won't do you any good. That gang is too powerful." But while Soapy enjoyed his unchecked control over Denver's criminal underworld for a time, conflicts inevitably arose. And in a single summer, a pair of violent encounters threatened to knock Soapy Smith from his throne. Coming up, Soapy's antics put him in the crosshairs of the Denver press, and his skills for
I went to youtube.com and clicked create post.
Now, back to the story.
Posting it now, Nerd Squad. Same description as in this video.
Soapy Smith was already
Visibility
the
set to
veritable
public.
king of the Denver underworld. His gambling hall was thriving, and his rackets on the street still turned a tidy profit. Locals loved him.
Posting at 12:05 p.m.
depended on him, and the police were more than happy to leave him alone.
It looks like that other one that said it
By
wasn't
many
saving
accounts,
did
Soapy
save
was
also from
actually
yesterday.
a community benefactor, as famous for his acts of generosity as he was for his cons. Whatever money he didn't lose gambling, he would donate to various causes. And he was more than happy to give the odd $100 to an acquaintance who was hard up. He was even known to tip newspaper boys $10 or $20, several $100s today, for fetching him the paper. But even if his generosity was sincere, it also may have been a tool to help maintain his sway in Denver and to keep its citizens beholden to him. Essentially, Soapy was exploiting the norm of reciprocity, a phenomenon that suggests people feel the need to repay in kind when someone does them a favor. This principle is well known by salespeople.
Unit 207 is once again hacked into the channel.
And they'll feel pressured to pay you back with their business. But its
So I
use
closed
goes
on out of
well
that,
beyond
Nerd
the
Squad.
world of sales. In a 2010
Opening up a new
article,
tab, same window
psychologists
again.
Mark Watley,
Doing
J.
Gmail,
Matthew
baby.
Webster, Richard H. Smith, and Adele Rhodes lay out just how internalized the norm of reciprocity is. They conclude that even small favors produce greater compliance with requests. But this increase in compliance was found to be more pronounced in public settings than in private ones. According to early research by pioneering social psychologist Solomon Ash, this is because individuals receive major social benefits for abiding by societal norms, and they may incur serious costs, possibly even exclusion from the group, for defying them. This is no doubt why Soapy was so eager to advertise his generosity. He depended upon compliance from police, politicians, and the public. So he broadcast the favors he was doing for them.
Nerd
By
Squad.
triggering the norm of reciprocity, he could ensure their allegiance. But not every challenge to Soapy's leadership could be solved with gifts. Sometimes it had to be squashed with violence. In July of 1889, when Soapy was 28, the Soap Gang descended on Logan Park, a popular destination for short excursions just outside of Denver. It was opening day for the summer season, and members of Soapy's gang planned to capitalize on the event to rake in a particularly large haul. His gang set up all the usual swindles, a shell game, 3-card Monty, and of course, the prize soap racket. And to loosen the attendees' pockets, they set up kegs of beer and made sure that water was nowhere to be found. By evening, the increasingly drunken crowd grew unruly. A fight broke out between a member of the public and one of Soapy's men, and the violence quickly escalated into a riot. One man even had his jaw sliced open with a hatchet. The Rocky Mountain News published a scathing account of the incident.
296 videos set for public consumption using DuckDuckGo navigated me right back to my account that they've got the trigger on Nerd Squad.
As the master of ceremonies of the bloody event. Soapy took all this in stride, but was bothered by the potential fallout the article may mean for his family. So he took his wife Mary and their children, Jeff Jr. and Eva, on a vacation to Idaho Springs.
Editing my background, Nerd Squad, per your instructions.
But while the Smiths
to make my
were
background
away,
image no longer my voice, but instead the update. It's in the description. That's my new background.
This article brought Soapy's wife and children into
it's about to be.
It revealed their whereabouts, writing, Soapy's family is stopping at Idaho Springs. It is good to be Soapy's family just now, but maybe not so good after a while. This hit a nerve. For the last 3 years, Soapy had made a point of keeping his family insulated
changing the
from
background
his
banner on my
affairs.
YouTube channel
They
per the
lived in a
FBI's
peaceful,
instructions
residential neighborhood that seemed
to
a
the
world
YouTube
apart
post, which
from
is the
saloons
description
and
in this
gambling
video,
dens of 17th
at
Street.
12:10
It
p.m.
was one thing to assail his business practices, but invoking his family, in tones that sounded threatening no less, was beyond the pale. When the article was published, Mary Smith was immediately snubbed by polite society in Idaho Springs.
Publishing
Even
at
the owner
12:10
of the
p.m.
hotel where
PST,
they were
Nerd
staying
Squad.
asked the Smiths to leave, citing the scandalous article. But Soapy wasn't going to take this insult lying down.
Changes published.
Later, he
Going
told
to
the
channel
journalist,
to take a
I
screenshot
did
of
not
it.
mind so much being called a thief. I'm used to it. But no man can slur my family. On a summer evening in 1889, Soapy showed up at the offices of the Rocky Mountain News, carrying a revolver, a small knife, and a smilish rattan
It's visible,
cane.
Nerd Squad.
One of his strong-arm
Screenshotting
men,
it again
the
with
massive
the date
Banjo
in
Parker,
time.
accompanied him. They were there to see the paper's owner, Colonel John Arkins. The two men waited on the sidewalk outside of the paper's offices. When Arkins finally stepped out of the building, at first, he only saw the imposing figure of Banjo Parker. A moment later, Soapy...
Now, I do have kind of odd instructions, especially because originally the FBI said don't play any of the videos on your channel while those idiots are upstairs. And they're always upstairs. But they actually instructed me, guys, to click on the preceding live stream and to play it because everything I say in the beginning of it, the FBI wants on this recording as well. So here we go. This is the preceding live stream. Okay. We are live, baby. Watching the counter, Nerd Squad. Some of this will be a bit repetitive because it's what I said in the beginning of this one. Squad. It is 10:35. We have a 0-second delay, Nerd Squad, at 12:12. Saturday. It is Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Wind pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Do you like my new banner, guys, on my channel? I am an informant since the last week. That's funny. The FBI had me make that the banner. That being said, there's some things the FBI is clearly like someone upstairs that's requesting to go to prison, and they're like, dumbass. Preceding live stream, I stated that an individual was outside of my door and attempting to look into my living room. Something they're unable to do because wouldn't you rather get paid, get room service,
But the
hundreds of
FBI
dollars in a
instructed me to
podium
put a large red
and put
sheet
those
over
old
all of my
bags
front windows
in
to
prison,
completely obstruct the
where
view
you know
due
they
to the
ought to
North
be.
Everett Precinct's exterior stalking and the premeditated plans to do exactly what they've been doing for 3 days straight now without abatement. So that individual that was out there
the
at
living room looks
9:16
the same
a.m.
as
then
ever.
came back and somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes began banging on the door again. The voice sounded the same as the male I heard last night doing the same thing around 5 p.m., who was last night demanding I open the door. And according to the FBI, there was a female that's going to prison that was out there with them yesterday. I don't know about this morning. And then at around 7 p.m., the female looking at the lengthiest prison time out of all of the females involved in this case came back to the property into Unit 207 to just instruct them to continue to proceed with their exterior stalking and attempts to terminate the live stream so they can facilitate a breaking and entering and unlawfully and illegally arrest me, commit me, or kidnap me, something of which the FBI has remained rather let's say, ambiguous about the potentiality of. They have stated explicitly that no one will be physically removing me from my home, but that everyone in Unit 207 will be physically removed before that condo is seized. So that suggests to me that there is a possibility they'll allow another breaking and entering, but it also tells me that it'll be a short-lived event. They've also stated I'll be running a YouTube live stream here in the basement when every individual in Unit 207 is detained during what they're referring to as a blitz sweep. So anyway, this individual came back, like I said, 9:16, walked away for 5 or 10 minutes, then came back and decided to make it apparent that he was outside stalking me, was a bit more polite than last night. I do think he was saying, please respond or please open the door or something. But keep in mind, they all are fully aware that it's a crime for them to even attempt to talk to me, for them to be on the property.
You already knew.
My devices and attempting to terminate live stream. All of these things are
well,
crimes.
Your Honor, she told me 1,000 times.
Who, some of them, like the woman that the FBI is most excited to throw behind.
But I got wax in my ear, like
some of them
Lisa.
Still think that they're battling me. They've never been battling me. I'm a legally ordained minister, freelance author with the higher security clearance than the chief of police in this shit city. I have friends who are high up in the federal government. You've not been fighting me. You guys entrapped yourselves.
The
willful decision to become a domestic terrorist organization on August 6th. A lot of the whistleblowers in this case have said the same thing.
You're doing it right now.
Thought that they were in legal compliance because they had no idea that everything that gave them the authority to do things that they were doing was obtained completely through fraud and an aggravated criminal conspiracy. The FBI has stated well over, that's quote, well over 50% of the whistleblowers have basically the same story. I told this person in a position of power that was illegal. We could get in trouble. It was a no-no, and we didn't have immunity to do it. They said, fuck you. This is a paraphrase. Fuck you. We're doing it. You're doing it.
That's what
so
they
that
said,
being
didn't
said,
they?
it is worth noting that over 50% of the individuals that hang out in Unit 207 are not terrorists, are not child abusers, are not kidnappers, are not stalkers, are not domestic terrorists, are not hostage holders, are not thieves, but rather very much victims. And according to the FBI, I shit you not, 100% at risk of retaliation, to quote the FBI, worse than what I've experienced. And if you missed it, if we include all of the various co-conspirators, which the FBI has confirmed includes every individual I reported in 2017, less one. Anyway, if we include those, I've been the victim of everything a human being could be a victim of other than having acid thrown in my face, being a victim of arson, and or being murdered, and or being unlawfully arrested, committed, or kidnapped personally. So when the FBI says that they're at risk worse than I am, I literally am thinking it's a life or death situation. Like the FBI feels they're going to get shot in the head. Indoor, unlawfully committed. That's a big one. Everybody that knows at least one police officer knows how easy it is for a cop to commit even another cop. In fact, it's something that most precincts that end up getting an exodus per the FBI experience kind of use as a routine form of retaliation.
Very routine.
Oh, Officer Dumbass.
Throughout the U.S.
He's gone crazy. We got to put him in the loony bin for 3 or 5 days. Why? Because Officer Crazy was talking to the FBI and telling them about you being a fucking domestic terrorist organization. So either way, keep that in mind, because a lot of times, especially since the 11th, my mouth, I'm just like saying these things that are all factual, but rather insulting. And the insults and the facts are directed at those who have not blown the whistle. And this also includes those individuals who, according to the FBI, literally tried to provide them with a sales pitch. And the sales pitch per the FBI went something like this. Oh no, we're a legit operation. And then the FBI was like, we've been watching you for over a year in some instances before you ever stepped foot in Unit 207. Let that sink in, everybody. I repeat, I made an error when I said perhaps the operation was legit for a single day. In March 2023, the FBI has clarified they have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. This was never a legit operation. Not ever.
Not ever.
It began as an aggravated criminal conspiracy, and it became a domestic terrorist organization.
Verified.
Now, that being said, the FBI, in basically half of all of my legal filings from this month, which you can hear yourself, just look on the channel for 2/16.
You've heard it. You've already heard it.
Listen to that whole recording. That'll bring you up to speed. And if you want to know a broad scale image of what happened before that, look up Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct, and that will bring you a video from December that's just under 2 hours long. So you got a total running time there of 4 hours. And it will bring you abreast to the situation and where we are now, which again is what the FBI has referred to as a, quote, cycle of subterfuge, a, quote, downward spiral towards the inevitable full accountability under the law, a, quote, stubborn commitment to a failing conspiracy. And then you have to remember that every crime perpetrated against me, the state of Washington is interpreting as crimes against them and attempts to defraud them and give them false records. That's their employer. That's
verified.
That's the Attorney General.
Yep.
Who, unlike would be normally,
who's going to indict you in Snohomish County Superior.
In Snohomish County Superior Courthouse.
Right over there.
But first, the FBI has first dibs for whatever reason.
FBI gets first dibs.
And then for the FBI, it's attempts to create fraudulent documents, tamper with evidence, prevent the FBI and I from talking, attempts to defraud the United States of America, domestic terrorism.
Verified.
So, like,
remember, the Seattle Federal Marshals are the only people left who want you guys to do another breaking and entering, other than the old hags the FBI is most excited to throw in prison.
Even a 5-year-old would understand.
Oh, here's the song.
Mystic Gwen's door is a no-no unless you want to go to the federal penitentiary. That's the song. Mystic Gwen's door is a no-no unless you want to go to the federal penitentiary. And that's not a threat for me. That's been true past, present, and future.
Verified. This call is being recorded by the FBI.
The whistleblowers are totally fucked.
Shout out to the whistleblowers.
Unlawful directives, they're personally liable. But they know they can't quit because they're 100% at risk for worse than what I've got.
Damn.
They're just fucking stuck. Anyway, it's highly controlled, everybody. And the FBI has stated repeatedly in the past week that the women that they're most excited to throw in prison want to delay going to jail until April.
Fuck them.
But the FBI did say around March 21st.
Around March 21st.
Everyone that's going to prison cannot play pretend any longer.
Everyone that's going to prison can't play pretend any longer.
Just like the FBI said a couple of days ago that y'all were going to be extra psychopathic.
Didn't they? Oh, yeah, it's in the live streams.
And it's sad because we all know who's to blame. And yet
Those individuals know that Mystic Gwen's door is a no. Unless you want to go to a federal penitentiary.
They know that.
They don't like corrupt police officers, domestic terrorists, child abusers, kidnappers, child endangerers, stalkers, thieves, corrupt cops in federal penitentiary. They don't like them.
Are you surprised? No, I wasn't either.
And then some of you may be wondering, well, if that's all happening, why haven't you filed another police report? Because if you missed it, that's another instruction I'm under.
That's another instruction I'm under.
One a week.
The FBI said one a week.
I already reported their first stalking incident.
I already reported it.
Now they've had a couple more.
Much more severe.
But I'm going to report them next week.
But I'll report them next week.
We'll see how many we get.
We'll see how many
we get. And there's not really any need for me to report them other than the FBI feels there is significant evidentiary value in every legitimate police report that's rejected and then followed up
by the FBI loves evidentiary value. It's their gold.
In today.
Verified.
So if this video ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly tell you the end time, be advised, I didn't end it. The idiot in Unit 207 that wants to go to prison, they ended it.
Lisa.
And now Lisa. I have to title this video. And I also need to put a description in it.
Okay, that is the preceding live stream. The FBI wanted me to play that again for the parts where I talked, and I'm pretty sure that I've said everything that I needed to say right there.
This commences...
Ending. There we go, everybody. Was that fun? Did you learn something new? Mystic Gwen's door is a no. Unless you want to go to the federal penitentiary.
Emerged
it's as easy as 1, 2, 3
and strode toward Arkins, calling, "Oh, John." Soapy shoved Arkins, but instead of going for his gun or the knife, he raised the cane and clubbed the newsman over the head. Arkins fell to the ground, and Soapy, according to witnesses, struck him several more times. The assault reportedly fractured Arkins' skull and nearly killed him. Afterward, Soapy sent a peace offering. He had an easy chair sent to Arkins' office, but the newsman refused the gift. Instead, Soapy was arrested and jailed. His bail was set to an amount totaling nearly $30,000 today, but a business associate quickly paid for his release. In regard to the incident, the Rocky Mountain News reflected, "Soapy has surely got to the end of his metaphorical rope this time. He will reach the end of the other kind of rope in due season." But their prediction was nothing more than wishful thinking. In the days following the assault, Soapy launched a vigorous public relations campaign. He spoke to multiple papers, justifying his actions as a defense of his family's good name. And it wasn't a hard case to make. Soapy's subsequent trial for the attack lasted only 1 day, and in the end, he was exonerated by his victim's own testimony. Arkins stated,
and just to be clear, I wasn't making fun of anybody upstairs when I made the comment that the FBI clearly doesn't want to arrest somebody that is being an extra big dumbass.
He admitted
it's apparent,
to promising
with
that
the
his
briefs
paper
I've been
would
getting
stop
and the
attacking
things I've been
Soapy,
told to say
a
in these
promise
fucking videos,
he had
to
broken.
just reiterate what you already know.
Why Arkins testified
Obviously,
to this
there's
is
someone the
unclear.
FBI sees who's
He
sliding
may have
into
had a
that
guilty
going to prison
conscience,
category,
or
but
he
for
wished to
whatever
diminish
reason,
the controversy
they don't.
surrounding his paper. However, it's also very likely that Soapy bribed or threatened him. Whatever the reason for Arkins' change of heart, the charges were reduced and Soapy was released without further ado. His only punishment was to forfeit the money from his bond, which he'd already posted. It seems Soapy won the war against the press, but all too soon, he found himself in the fray once again, and the stakes went beyond his family's good name. This time, his very life was at risk. Mere weeks after his run-in with Arkins, Soapy and his gang decided to take their scams on the road to Pocatello, Idaho. The sleepy mountain town seemed promising, but as it turned out, Soapy's reputation preceded him. Waiting at the station for Soapy were a pair of gunslingers who worked for a local gangster named Rincone Kid Kelly. It isn't clear how the Rincone Kid caught wind of Soapy's arrival, but he clearly didn't like the big city bunco man encroaching on his territory. As Soapy's train pulled into the station, the sound of a pistol shot rang out. The window beside him shattered. Soapy said later that the bullet came close enough to ruffle his mustache. He drew his own gun and returned fire, and managed to shoot one of the Rincone Kid's men in the thigh. Some railroad workers tried to subdue Soapy, but he managed to escape and retreated to a neighboring town.
If you've never been shot, it feels like a
but
fucking
the next day, possibly seeking revenge, he returned to Pocatello.
Imagine getting shot in the inner
arrested.
thigh. What an awful spot to get shot. Is it
Soapy
as bad as the neck?
trial for
No.
the shooting, but was quickly
Not as bad as
acquitted
the
on the
shoulder
grounds
either.
of
But it's
self-defense.
pretty fucking bad, dude.
Rather
The
than
inner
try
thigh,
his luck further in Idaho,
maybe you
he
get some
wised up and took
endorphins
the
just
first
knowing
train
that at
back
least
to
your crotch
Denver.
wasn't shot, I guess.
By the end of the 19th century, his network in Denver was as expansive as ever, and his scams and saloon were raking in profits. In spite of his recent scuffles and continued agitation from the press, his place at the top of the city's food chain was nearly unquestioned. But Soapy wanted more. The close call in Idaho made him realize that his empire's reach was limited, and he couldn't be content until he was the undisputed king of the American frontier.
Soapy Smith had never been afraid to court violence, but after this attempt on his life, it seemed like the cracks were beginning to show. In part 2 of this episode, we see how a business based entirely on cons can be like a house of cards, and if the wrong piece falls, the entire scheme collapses into chaos and violence. Back to you, Alistair.
By the year 1890, business was booming for 30-year-old Soapy Smith. His Tivoli saloon and gambling hall in Denver was as popular as ever, and his gang continued to profit from their massive portfolio of short cons, the Shell Gang, 3-Card Monte, and the famous prize soap racket. But none of these compared to the money they raked in at Soapy's crooked auction house. The con was simple. Soapy's men procured a bunch of cheap brass watches, which they painted gold. The Reverend John Bowers acted as auctioneer, promoting the timepieces as if they were highly valuable. Then, members of the gang, disguised in the crowd, placed bids on the items until an unsuspecting customer, desperate to get in on the action, outbid them. The suckers paid as much as $25 each, or almost $800 today. They walked away giddy at having won, only to find hours later that all the paint had rubbed off their solid gold watch. These victims had fallen prey to a common psychological phenomenon.
Also, I just want to remind everybody, the members of the bar are the individuals the FBI is most excited to throw in prison. Now, they're going to throw officers in prison, every single officer that hasn't blown the whistle, that's participated in any way, shape, or form. So to be clear, if you haven't blown the whistle, you're already fucked, dude. Keep on coming to my door. But I just want to remind everybody that it is every single individual that is a member of the bar, of which, according to the FBI at last count, they're waiting to get a final tally on that until a specific date. They're waiting to see what one specific individual is going to do. And I don't know the date. Perhaps it will be Tuesday or Wednesday when the FBI has stated that those who are going to prison for the longest, the FBI is giving a fuck you to you. Perhaps it's not. I don't know. Remember, I'm not an employee for the FBI. Everything I get is on a need-to-know basis. But I'm reiterating that because my speculation, because I haven't heard anyone upstairs say anything about it that sounds like concrete, is that the new charges, which only the attorneys are looking at, that get added to their indictments in 3 days and counting, are scaring the shit out of them, which is what the FBI wanted. And all of you are running around with the 23rd on your mind because you know those kidnapping charges and aiding and abetting and child abuse and endangerment, which more than a few officers are going to be convicted of, according to the FBI. More than a few. Well, you know that they're going to become aggravated in certain instances where they weren't already. One of them was already aggravated. I just don't remember if it was child abuse or child endangerment. In the kidnappings, the FBI has already said those become aggravated on the 23rd. But only those who are members of the bar and the FBI know what the fuck they are so scared of about on the 24th, which I might add is why they're trying to send so many of you to prison before then, because they're so scared. And they think that if you do that, they can then try and throw more frauds and garbage on top of what they already have done. Which, again, you have done in the face of your employer, who's not going to be defending you. No. The state of Washington, the Attorney General, is going to be prosecuting you all, less the whistleblowers, in Snohomish Superior Courthouse. I'm under the impression it's like, and I don't know much about criminal law, but the way it's been said to me, what I've gotten from it, is you guys will be detained. The whistleblowers are going to be met by some federal marshals at wherever jail cell you go into where there's multiple people, but no one's been forced to get naked and like bend over. And those who blew the whistle will meet with federal marshals there who will take them to a 4 or 5 star hotel in Seattle. I actually know the exact hotel. I said it aloud, but the FBI told me not to fucking do that again. A nice hotel, and provided a couple $100 a day in pro diem, and they're going to have a federal marshal that's armed right outside their door. Everyone else is going to be strip search booked. They're going to have their arraignment and get their indictment. And then I don't know how they do it. Do they ride in a bus? Do they go in police cars? I have no idea. But somehow they're going to be also brought up after that to Snohomish Superior Courthouse while still in handcuffs. And then they're going to get their arraignment and indictment. Like the way it's been described to me, I don't know if it's a one-day process or like you do one and then you sit in jail for a few days and then you come up and do the other. But in some way, you're going between the two. And I know that that applies to everyone who has not blown the whistle. Just like I know everyone that has blown the whistle, the FBI's assessment is they are 100% at risk of retaliation more severe than what I've experienced. Which means they believe there are individuals who would absolutely kill a motherfucker if they could get away with it. But then at the same time, I mean, really, I feel like nothing I'm saying is new. So it's like, why do I fucking keep saying it? But then at the same time, you keep coming to my fucking door. Like, what are you guys doing? I understand that the people, when you say no to them, they're fucking nasty and vicious and demand it. But these people aren't really your bosses anymore. These are people that are going to prison, rightly so, for the rest of their lives, who actively attempted to throw you into prison. Because their defense has always been, you chose to follow the unlawful directives. And that's not going to work, I might add. The FBI has stated, remember, they're, quote, excited to abdicate, forcibly remove those in positions of power. That was about a variety of individuals, including Mrs. 80 plus years, the Jersey Devil, who the sheriffs have provided recordings of. She's fucking She's Cujo, dude. She's a rabid dog. I'm a bitch. She's Cujo. She's a rabid bitch.
Phenomenon that occurs
and
at
it's
auctions.
a disease that's spread throughout numerous institutions, much to the
prices.
dismay of the Federal Bureau of
According
Investigation,
to economists Gillian Koo,
and even
Deepak
more
Malhotra,
disappointingly,
and J. Keith
to
Murnion,
the
the
Attorney
competitive
General's
arousal
office.
brought on by an auction is a major motivator for those who participate. Looking at data from dozens of live and online auctions, researchers found overwhelming evidence of overbidding. Essentially, buyers paid far more for products than they were actually worth.
So here's, I think, why I said part of that. Just to remind you all, the FBI knows who is good and who is naughty. The FBI knows who is scary and mean and totally uncouth. Those are some of the individuals they're most excited to throw in prison. And those are the individuals the FBI is intending to scare, who are horrified. And none of us get to know, because none of us are members of the bar, or if someone's a member of the bar upstairs, they're not sharing what the surprise charges are that all the members of the bar are going to be looking at on their indictments come the 24th, that has each and every one of them more horrified than you could possibly imagine. And remember, that is the only reason you've been sent to my door.
Dr. Koo and her colleagues concluded that the physiological excitement aroused by the auction
and of course,
was a
the
greater
plans for
factor
today
in
and tomorrow and the day after
than
that,
the item's value. People wanted to win more than they wanted a good deal, and their exhilaration overwhelmed their rational decision-making. The soap gang understood that the trick to their con was to create a sense of competition that could only be satisfied by winning the auction, no matter the cost.
And then remember, the FBI has confirmed there are sergeants and lieutenants at every surrounding police department, including the South Everett Precinct, who know everything I'm saying is true and correct. I'm curious to find out if the chief of police here in Everett, John, I'm curious to find out if he knew or if he doesn't.
Ultimately, the swindled buyers didn't only pay the perceived value of the watch, they paid a premium for the thrill of winning the contest. Based on Soapy's own notes, biographer Jeff Smith estimated that the auction house may have brought in the equivalent of over $1 million today in a 6-month period. But, sadly for Soapy, it wouldn't last. The building burned down in August 1891, and Soapy was forced to put his most lucrative scam on hold. He might have found another venue to hawk cheap accessories, but around the same time as the auction house fire, Soapy was forced to worry about bigger problems. In 1891, a group of pastors in Denver formed the Law and Order League, which aimed to crack down on saloons and gambling halls throughout the city. Their first point of attack was enforcing a code prohibiting the sale of liquor on Sundays, which had long been ignored at joints like Soapy's. But the League's ultimate goal was to shut down the city's clubs altogether.
And also, in case you're wondering, the FBI is 100% in control, confident, competent, and unlike your guys' whole troop, a mishmash of victims and perps, they are happy about this weekend, about yesterday, about the day before that, about the week leading up to that, did a lot, and about this week, and those members of the bar who are hot, 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 and getting hotter.
Together. Soapy didn't take this threat lying down. In July of that year, the 30-year-old conman joined forces with other saloon and gambling hall owners to form their own group called the Liberal League.
The organization
I do wish, though, that one of the attorneys was upstairs and saying some real shit so we could all know what the fuck are they all getting charged with on Tuesday.
Tended to be more lax about regulating
because they've got so many fucking charges. How is it none of those charges scared them, but yet they're fucking horrified?
The same he'd used 2 years earlier. The Liberal League delivered them a landslide.
Is there a charge specifically for being like one of the top 3 people within a domestic terrorist organization that has a statutory limit? I have no fucking idea.
But
I want to know. I want to know what finally has them scared.
Downside. In April of 1891, a bartender named Jack
and I feel like I'm not going to
confronted
fucking know
Soapy
probably
for
until they're fucking
refusing to
arrested. I have
support
no
a
idea.
candidate he
I
worked
have
for.
no idea.
Soapy had used
All
his
I can think
illegal
is what I
tactics
just
to help the man's
theorized.
Republican
Is there some
opponent
sort
win,
of charge
and
specifically
Devine
for people in
didn't
charge of a
appreciate
domestic
the slight.
terrorist organization
He showed his
that has a
disapproval by
statutory
giving Soapy
requirement,
a
like X
hard
amount of
punch
time
to the
has to
jaw.
occur
Reeling
between
from the blow,
maybe the
Soapy
perpetration
drew
of
his
an act of
revolver
domestic
and fired
terrorism
multiple rounds,
and getting that charge or something?
shooting
I don't know.
and wounding Devine in the shoulder as the man fled. But the confrontation was only the start of a cascade of violence. In the fall of 1891, the Rocky Mountain News printed an embarrassing
And unfortunately
account
for the
from a man
whistleblowers and
named
even
Joe
for the shit
Matthews,
starters that are
an
perps,
investigator hired by the Lord
that means
Orderly
that those that
to
are
look
hot,
into
hot,
local
hot are
bunco
going to be
men
coming
like
in
Soapy.
even hotter. Because remember,
Matthews
they're
failed
rabid
to turn up any
Cujos.
dirt.
Rabid Cujos.
So in an effort to save face, he
I call
instead
them
told
female
the
Kim
news
Jae-uns
a
for a reason.
fabricated story about how he'd beaten Soapy up. Soapy was livid. The paper claimed that he couldn't walk down the street without being mocked by his peers. In retaliation, he and some of his cronies invaded the office of the detective agency Matthews worked for. They barged in the front doors, demanding to see Matthews. Eventually, it came to
Or to
blows.
put it another way, the FBI feels
Soapy's
that some of the
nose
people
was
they're
broken
excited
by
to
the butt of
abdicate
a
from
revolver.
positions of power have abused their authority in more
While
than
some
one way.
accounts tell of a violent attack
Does that
on
help
Joe
anybody
Matthews,
with speculating
others
what
suggest
charges
that
they've
their
got going
target
only on
managed to
their
escape.
indictments on the 24th?
In the latter versions,
That
the
has
soap
them
gang took a
scared
sacrifice
shitless.
in his stead. They dragged one of the other detectives out of the building and onto the street and beat him so badly he had to be hospitalized. By the end of 1891, word of Soapy's misdeeds had emerged from the shadows, and his goodwill with the people of Denver began to sour. Soon, knowledge of his violence became so widespread that residents even started accusing him of crimes he had nothing to do with. The bad press put a strain on Soapy's family, his wife and children, who he tried his best to shelter from his unsavory business practices, were being confronted with the reality of Soapy's violence nearly every day. Soon, Mary took their children and left the state altogether for an extended stay with her family in St. Louis. Meanwhile, Soapy remained in Denver to deal with the controversy. But rather than shrink from the spotlight, he seized the opportunity to take
I also
his
don't know much
influence
about
to
RICO
a different
charges,
city.
guys. It's also possible it could have to do with the RICO charges, because I know
In
all
late
of them were looking at
1891,
RICO charges
31-year-old
before
Soapy
others.
moved to Creede,
So maybe it has
Colorado,
something to do with
an
that.
outpost southwest of Denver. Most of his gang
I've never even
accompanied
read
him,
that full act,
ready
so
to
I don't even
replicate
really
their
understand
success
the
in
whole
yet
RICO
another
thing.
boomtown. While much of the state was suffering an economic downturn,
I also know
Creede was
racketeering
still
is on
growing
like
as a
everyone's
result of
indictment that's
silver
getting one.
prospects.
Maybe it's something to do with
In the space
racketeering.
of 2 years, its population had ballooned to over 10,000, and its residents
But I so
continued
do
to
want to
profit.
know.
Each month, Creed's mines yielded the equivalent of what would be millions of dollars today. Soapy saw an opportunity not only to make a buck, but to install himself as a leader of the young upstart community. Not long after he arrived, he rented multiple storefronts in downtown Creede, one of which became Soapy's crown jewel, the Orleans Club. After opening in February 1892, it was as big a hit as his Tivoli Saloon and Gambling Hall was in Denver. Soapy's reputation in the town rose so quickly that he attracted the attention and ire of the outlaw Robert Ford. Ford, who is best known for killing the legendary gunslinger Jesse James, also opened a saloon in Creede that year,
and he didn't take kindly to the competition with Soapy. Soapy's schemes were aplenty in creed.
And also, I know some of you don't want to hear it, but if you missed it, the FBI did
one of the more
confirm
novel tricks of the
the
conman's
Seattle
career,
Hill gang,
the exhibition
a former
of
lieutenant
McGinty,
and
the
sergeant,
petrified
former
man.
fireman. Oh yeah, he's
In
involved.
March of 1892, an issue of the local newspaper, the Creed
Don't forget
Candle, reported the discovery of a
You don't wanna
preserved
get it,
that had been
but don't forget
unearthed
it.
outside of the city. The article described it as a case of pure petrification.
Is he the shark? I still don't know that.
speculating that the corpse
For those
had
of you
been
who missed it,
frozen
the
in
FBI's
ground
consistently
for
called someone a
50
shark and
years.
talked about what a slippery little bastard
news
they were and how they
created
thought they had him
a
over and over
stirring
and over again.
Everyone was
And
curious
as of
about the
December,
unusual find.
that motherfucker
Then,
got 2
just
harpoons
weeks
into it.
later, Soapy
They are
Smith
anchored.
advertised that he had
They are
purchased
on
the
board.
petrified man,
And the
whom
FBI
he
still
dubbed
refuses
McGinty,
to tell me who
for
it
an
is
amount
because of
totaling
my
almost
big fucking mouth.
$100,000 today.
But there is
McGinty
one
was
individual
nothing but a
that the
run-of-the-mill
FBI
cadaver,
feels is the
preserved
number
using
one
techniques
sack of
that were
federal
more
felon
common in the late 19th
garbage.
century.
And it's not
Soapy
Mrs. 80
was
plus
the one
years,
who
but she's
fed
in
the
the top
story
3.
to the press. Although no one knows where they got the body or who he was, Soapy and his gang had planted him in the ground themselves. They then staged
Anyway,
the discovery
put it another way,
and
the
sale of
FBI actually
petrified
said the
man to
following.
drum up publicity.
Quote,
The whole thing was
retirement
one big
does
con,
not prevent
and it was a
arraignments
lucrative one.
or
Visitors would
detainments.
pay 25
Retirement
cents to
does
see
not
this curiosity.
prevent
The
arraignments
figure was
or
lit by gas
detainments.
lamps to give
And
it an
also, just a little
ominous
added
appearance.
note here.
And Soapy
The way
would
it was
sometimes
said
stand before
suggested
it,
more than one
lecturing on its
individual that's going
origins
to
and
prison attempted
scientific
to retire.
significance. But the real money came not from the petrified man itself, but from
Retirement
the so-called games
does
of
not
chance
prevent
that spectators
arraignments
were
or
invited to play
detainments.
while waiting in line. McGinty was nothing but bait
L'chaim
to bring fresh
to life
prey
to everyone
into
that chose
Soapy's
that.
snares.
And also everyone whose life is at fucking
In spite
grave
of his
danger.
success, Soapy's stay in Creed
And then remember, I didn't even
last
bring
long.
it up today. There
In
is
late
at least
May
one
of
individual that was sent to
mere
Unit
months
207
into his
after it
tenure
became a
there,
domestic terrorist
fire
organization,
gutted the city's
literally to be
downtown,
sent to prison.
and the Orleans Club
Let's all take a
burned to the
moment and just
ground.
think about how happy we
Although
are
he
not
was
to be that guy.
optimistic
That is some
Creed would
fucked up
continue
shit.
to prosper, Soapy took the fire as a sign that he ought to return home. So he packed his things with McGinty in tow. And
to that individual, you have all my respect, man. I feel like I would go to work every day wanting to vomit. I don't even know how to do it.
And Soapy Smith was no longer welcome. Coming up, Soapy goes to war with the governor. Now, back to the story. By the beginning of 1893, 32-year-old Soapy Smith was back in Denver after a fire cut short his profitable run in the boomtown of Creed. But upon his return, he discovered a more hostile economic climate than when he had left. The panic of 1893 had caused a nationwide depression.
And then also, I gotta say, as an FBI informant that only gets information on a need-to-know basis, it is really puzzling to me, the people that have been coming to my door. I am positive.
Known as a crusader
I'm positive
against
at least one
drunkenness,
individual that's come
gambling,
to
and
my
other
door
forms of
this
vice,
year since January
Waite installed
2025.
new,
I am
like-minded
positive
heads of the
at least
fire
one of
police
them
forces.
is either an undercover FBI
With
agent
these leaders
or
in
an
place,
informant.
his administration pressured Denver's law enforcement to
Positive.
crack down on the rampant vice in Soapy's
And so
stomping
that's
grounds
perplexing
of
to me
17th
because it's weird.
Street.
It's like, well, you know, I'm
They
not
were
going to be able to talk
determined
to you.
go after saloons and gambling
What are we
halls in
doing?
particular, putting Soapy
Are you
Smith
getting paid
in
for
the
this
center of their crosshairs.
this week, or are you waiting to be paid
Officials
like
in
me?
Denver, however, didn't take kindly to the new governor's demands.
These are the things that I
Still
would ask.
beholden to Soapy
If only I
and
knew.
friendly to the local drinking and
But
gambling
it's weird.
services,
It's kind of a mind
they
fuck. It's like I'm being
refused to
stalked.
adopt
Oh, but
the
wait,
new
that could be an
mandates.
undercover FBI agent.
In March of 1894, Governor Waite sent
That
in
could
the
be an
state
informant.
militia to enforce his demands.
Who got told by the
But
FBI
local law
to do it so that they could get a
fought
recording
back.
of him being told
The
to
help
fucking
of
do it.
Soapy and
You
his
know, that
gang,
Friday debrief, for
Denver's
instance.
police and sheriff's
I just don't
department
know.
staged a standoff in City Hall. They were armed
But it's a
with
bit of a
huge
mindfuck
stockpile of
for me.
guns and several cases of dynamite. Fearing a bloodbath, the governor ordered his forces to retreat before an all-out battle ensued. But the victory was short-lived. With the backing of the state Supreme Court, the governor's anti-vice statutes went into effect that April.
local law enforcement immediately
Oh, and I said
began
that because
cracking
if you
down
missed
on
it,
bunco
on
operations
January
and illegal
29th, I
gambling.
inadvertently gave
And,
permission
as a
to
result,
the FBI
Soapy's gang
to
was
consent for a
forced
couple months
underground.
longer than I had originally. I'd consented till February
But even as he
23rd.
ran his
I
card
extended
games
that out to
behind
April
closed doors,
at their request.
Soapy publicly
And I
defended
also,
his own
inadvertently,
integrity
but I'm good for
and
my word, also I'm
castigated
legally
his
obligated.
opponents.
I
He was
inadvertently
quoted in the
consented
local
to them
newspaper as
using
saying,
undercovers
"I
and
consider
FBI
the life of a bunco
informants
steerer more
to
honorable
potentially
than that
perpetrate
of
crimes
the
against
average
me between
politician."
now and April.
And when speaking with a member of the city's board of trustees, Soapy
And that was
stood
on
by
January
his many
29th.
good deeds. He said, "I am willing to put my record alongside yours for assisting charity. I have given
So it is
several
mindfuck.
$1,000s to churches.
Because I feel like
I
if
was
there's
intended
10
for a
people
preacher
outside
myself."
stalking me, at least 2 of those people are
When
actually
the
FBI
trustees
agents.
suggested that he had fallen from
That's my
grace,
assessment.
Soapy corrected him. "No, not at all. I thought I could do more good in the business I'm in than as a preacher." In this self-assessment, Soapy showed an inflated sense of his own moral character. He was exhibiting a version of the better-than-average effect, a phenomenon first identified in 1985 by psychologist Mark Alec. Also called the Lake Wobegon effect, it describes the tendency to overrate one's own mental and social abilities relative to others. According to Alec and later researchers, this phenomenon is shockingly pervasive. In 2013, a team led by Konstantin Sedekidis found that the better-than-average effect even applies to prisoners when asked about their morality. Most of the inmates questioned graded themselves as more kind, generous, and ethical than the average person. On the quality of being law-abiding, they ranked themselves as average. Judging by his own comments, Soapy no doubt had a rather rosy view of his own personality. He was so certain that he was one of the good guys that he saw anyone opposing him as corrupt. But what made him a great con artist was his ability to persuade others of his own virtue. And many people fell for the act. Dating back to the early days of his prize soap racket, Soapy had a knack for assuring his marks that he had their best interests in mind. And he made such a good case. He even convinced himself. But even if he was self-deluded, Soapy always saw his business affairs clearly. And with Colorado's new drinking and gambling ordinances, he couldn't deny that his financial interests were in jeopardy. And soon, so was his freedom. In 1895, 34-year-old Soapy was implicated in a case of attempted murder. Accounts report that his brother, Bascom, who had joined him in Denver, severely beat a man during a bar fight while Soapy looked on. Bascom was sentenced to 1 year in prison, and Soapy was wanted as a possible accomplice to the crime.
That's the scariest part about the Wild Wild West, man. People
Soapy
wanting to have
himself
a
claimed to
duel
have
just
only
because they're drunk
witnessed the
and
event,
pissy.
but the police
People
suspected
going
otherwise.
berserk.
And they weren't about to
Beating
miss
you
an
up in a saloon,
opportunity
dude.
to put the city's
I mean, the
biggest
saloon is
bunco
really the
man
only spot you
behind
want to go to
bars.
if you're in the Wild Wild West.
Now a fugitive from justice,
so fucking
Soapy
dangerous.
once again left the city where he built an empire. Only this time, he wouldn't return.
Like, I wonder what they did in the Wild Wild West
Soapy
when they had
spent
somebody
much of
they
the
knew
next
was a
2
violent
years
alcoholic.
roaming the
Did he
United
just get,
States.
like,
While in the Northwest,
forced to dry
Soapy
out?
took a
Did they,
couple
like,
of
tie him to the
exploratory
well for a
trips to
week?
the Yukon Territory in northern Canada.
Did they put him down like a rabid
There
dog?
were said to be deep reservoirs of precious
Yeller
metals
style.
there, specifically in the Klondike region, worth the equivalent of hundreds of millions today. Soapy wanted in on the action. But rather than searching for gold, he intended to mine the prospectors. In the fall of 1897, 36-year-old Soapy and some members of his gang boarded a freighter headed for Alaska.
Unit 207 is excited
Even as
at
the 20th century
12:56
approached,
p.m.
the
PST.
territory
They
was
think
not
they're
yet
going to
accessible
proceed
by
with
rail.
some more
Still,
felonies and
thousands
domestic
of prospectors
terrorism.
flocked to the region,
Someone just
making
entered
the
Unit
difficult
207
journey by
and took
way
a
of
seat in the
boat
living
and
room.
braving the
The girls
inhospitable
that the FBI is
conditions.
excited to put in
This
prison are
traffic
excited
gave
by their
rise to a
presence and
newly
their
formed township on the coast of Alaska called
organized,
Skagway.
coordinated.
The far north
criminal
boomtown
debrief.
had all the hallmarks of the cities where Soapy had made his
12:57
fortune.
p.m.
Wide-eyed travelers came through daily, bringing their money with them, thirsty for drink and entertainment to help them through the cold winter evenings. And just like his marks in Colorado, these prospectors were hoping to get rich quick, making them vulnerable to scams. But perhaps most importantly,
last time they had one of these little memos, less than 30 minutes later, they were banging on the door demanding to come in when they know they're going to prison.
But to pass through town. As soon as they arrived, Soapy and his gang were off to the races, pulling all their old stunts. 3-card Monte, the shell game, roulette, and rigged poker were all on offer. They also added some new rackets that took advantage of their remote location. Prospectors in Skagway were eager to send updates home, but because telegraph towers had not yet come to their remote corner of Alaska, the town was in need of a similar resource. So Soapy set to creating one himself. He opened the doors to a brand new wire service that he advertised had the ability to send a message anywhere in the US. Of course, it didn't actually work, but like with the petrified man, it was merely a guise to lure in his marks. While customers waited in line for their turn, they were welcome to partake in a variety of games. And between the wire service business and the gang's 2-bit tricks, they made a killing. In their first 3 weeks in Skagway, Soapy's crew pulled in a staggering sum equivalent to almost $1 million today. It didn't hurt that there wasn't yet an organized police force or local government in Skagway. There was no risk that anti-gambling or temperance laws would force his operation underground. So instead of taking his winnings and ditching town, Soapy decided to settle in. As he did in Denver and Creed, Soapy ingratiated himself and his gang to the locals by promising only to target outsiders and by fashioning himself as the town benefactor. He raised money for various charities and even bankrolled the construction of Skagway's first church. Soapy quickly became a veritable pillar of the community, and the people loved him. There, he didn't have to fear a group of meddling citizens like Denver's Law and Order League upsetting his business. Or so he thought. On December 31st, 1897, an article in the Skagway News announced the formation of the Committee of 101. It was established as a vigilance organization meant to defend the town's peace in the absence of proper law enforcement. Part of that effort was putting a stop to bunco shops like Soapy's. But this group was very different from the one that had opposed him in Denver. They were decidedly self-interested. Within months of his arrival, 37-year-old Soapy was reported to have 3 joints, gambling houses that is, in Skagway. The committee businessmen feared that Soapy was amassing too much wealth and influence. They also worried that his shady operations would tarnish the town's reputation and hurt its legitimate businesses. So they formed the Committee of 101 to squash him. The tension was palpable. And that winter of 1898, a violent mishap would bring it to a boil. In the late evening of January 30th, a man named Andy McGrath was drinking his fill at an establishment in downtown Skagway. At one point, he reportedly took a break to have a round with one of the theater girls, a euphemism for the sex workers employed at the establishment. When he returned to the bar, McGrath discovered that $100 was missing from his boot. Convinced the young woman had stolen it from him, he accosted the theater's owner, Jake Rice. As Rice and his bartender, John Fay, forced McGrath to leave, the man spit out a threat to come back and square accounts. He returned soon after, accompanied by Deputy U.S. Marshal James M. Rowan, who had been eating across the street. When the bartender, John Fay, saw McGrath crossing the street with an armed companion, he panicked. Fay didn't know that Rowan was a U.S. Marshal. He thought they were coming to shoot up the place. Fay grabbed a revolver and hid behind a card table. When the two men came through the door, he began to fire, shooting both of them in the groin. McGrath died right there on the floor. The U.S. Marshal managed to crawl away, but expired hours later. He left behind a young wife who had just given birth to their first child earlier that very evening. After discovering he'd mistakenly killed an officer of the law, John Fay ran to Soapy Smith and pleaded for the crime boss's protection. He feared that an angry mob might string him up before he was given a trial. Soapy arranged to keep Fay safe while things were sorted out. Meanwhile, however, the Committee of 101 met to discuss the situation. Some of them called for Fay to be executed. But Soapy went over the vigilantes' heads. He contacted a U.S. commissioner and had the members of the Soap Gang deputized so that they could escort the accused man out of town. It was a massive affront to the authority of the Committee of 101, and they weren't about to let it go. Soapy may have won the battle, but after this, they were more determined than ever to bring him down. But the committee found a savvy opponent in the seasoned Bunko Man. That spring, Soapy announced the creation of his own Law and Order Society, also called the Committee of 303, a derisive nod to the Committee of 101. Residents would later describe the two factions as rival gangs, each bidding for the control of the town. The tension between the groups turned Skagway into a powder keg, and in the summer of 1898, a spark would make it blow. On July 7th, a Canadian miner named J.D. Stewart stopped in Skagway on his way home from an expedition. It was a successful one, and he carried with him a sack of gold dust, worth almost $80,000 today. But because there were no ships departing that day, he registered at the Hotel Mondamin. The hotel also happened to be the residence of Soapy Smith, and Stewart was given a room just a few doors down from the crime boss. What happened the following morning suggests that Soapy may have taken notice of the man and his gold. Around 10 a.m. on July 8th, Stewart was approached on the street by two members of the Soap Gang, the Reverend John Bowers and Slim Jim Foster. The men introduced themselves and invited Stewart to have a drink at Soapy's parlor. Once they arrived, Bowers, Foster, and a third man cajoled Stewart into putting money down on a game of three-card Monte. As soon as he opened his wallet, the men noticed it was filled with cash. But instead of letting Stewart place his bet, they snatched both his wallet and his sack of gold dust. They threatened the miner, telling him that things wouldn't go well for him if he said anything about the theft. Then they walked out the parlor doors, laughing. Fortunately for Stewart, however, there were witnesses present who saw the whole despicable incident. It was an open secret in town that Soapy and his crew were involved in all sorts of flim-flammery. People liked their saloons and gambling houses and were willing to tolerate a degree of cheating. Outright thievery, however, was another story. Ignoring the conmen's warning, Stewart went straight to the police to complain about the theft. Within hours, word got out that Soapy's men had robbed a defenseless miner, and it set off a firestorm. Skagway's whole economy depended on the miners coming through. No one wanted the city to become known as a place that was unsafe for them and their gold. The Committee of 101 didn't hesitate to act. They arranged to convene that very day to discuss the situation and how they could use it to bring Soapy down once and for all. Whether he ordered it or not, the robbery put Soapy in a bind. It only gave his opponents ammunition against him, and if he didn't play his cards right, the fallout from the scandal could destroy his reign in Skagway. Mere hours after the robbery, Soapy took to the streets, He spoke with the citizens of Skagway and denied any involvement in the crime. But it seems that people weren't buying his story. There were rumors about a response from the Committee of 101, and soon, word reached Soapy that the incident had driven even more citizens to the vigilante group. Within hours, their numbers had grown so great, they arranged a meeting at the town wharf. Soapy spent the rest of the afternoon holed up in his parlor, steadily drinking as he weighed his options. But when a group of concerned locals approached him and asked him to return the money and give up his men, he refused to cede any ground. He would rather fight than fold. Around 9 p.m., one of Soapy's associates came into the parlor and handed him a note which read, "The crowd is angry. If you want to do anything, do it quick." That was all the encouragement he needed. Fortified with whiskey, Soapy set out down State Street to confront his accusers and assert his authority. Soapy strode toward the waterfront, his Winchester rifle propped on his shoulder. Half a dozen members of his gang followed behind him. Scores of men had gathered on the dock. At the entry to the wharf, a handful stood guard, ready to stop Soapy if he should show his face. Among them were Jesse Murphy, a young Irish immigrant, and Frank Reed, a bartender who had been friendly with Soapy before taking up with the Committee of 101. Reed was the only one who was armed. Soapy stopped for a moment, said a word to his men, and stepped out onto the wharf. His crew waited behind as he strolled forth, cursing the guards and threatening to use his rifle on the crowd. Terrified, most of the men fled or watched quietly as Soapy went by. Only one, Frank Reed, stood his ground against the irate gangster. Reed told his former friend that he couldn't let him pass. The two men argued for a few moments, though no one watching could make out clearly what words were said. What happened next was straight out of a Western. Soapy stepped up to Reed, raised his Winchester, and swung it at the bartender's head. Reed blocked the blow and grasped the barrel of the rifle, trying to wrest it from its owner. As they struggled, Reed managed to draw his own gun. He aimed it at Soapy and pulled the trigger. The hammer clicked. A faulty cartridge. Both men reared back, cocked their weapons, and fired simultaneously. Soapy's round landed in Reed's leg. Reed's first shot missed, but a second bullet hit Soapy in the leg. A third grazed his arm. Soapy loaded another round in the chamber and fired again. This second shot struck Reed in the abdomen. The bartender collapsed, his blood pooling on the planks of the wharf. Shocked, the two remaining guards ran over. While one attended to Reed, the other, Jesse Murphy, yanked the rifle from Soapy's hands and turned it on him. The con man cried out, "My God, don't shoot!" But Murphy fired, sending a bullet straight through Soapy's heart. He died almost instantly. 12 agonizing days later, Frank Reed succumbed to his wounds as well. But he would always be remembered for ending the reign of the uncrowned King of Skagway. With Soapy gone, there was little to stop the Committee of 101 from implementing their plans for Skagway. By attacking Frank Reed, Soapy had proven himself to be the scoundrel they claimed he was. His men were quickly herded up and run out of town. And within weeks, every member of the Soap Gang was on a ship headed back to the mainland. Soapy's wife, Mary, traveled from St. Louis to Skagway shortly after his death. But she didn't return with his body. Instead, he was buried beneath the town where his career had ended. Though 1898 was the last year of Soapy's life, it was only the beginning of his story. Scarcely had he been laid in the ground before news reports about his final, furious days began spinning out of Skagway. They threaded across the United States from Seattle to New York City, cementing his reputation as the king of the frontier conmen. Many of these tales about Soapy inflated his stature, making him a larger figure in death than he had ever been in life. Early biographies paint his story as a sweeping Western adventure, and they depict Soapy as a romantic figure, rather than the opportunistic scoundrel he was. In her book, The Fiend in Hell, Soapy Smith in Legend, historian Catherine Holder Spoody argues that much of the conventional narrative of Soapy's career is all an elaborate act of myth-making, something people find as appealing as any con. Human beings are drawn to myths and legends for important psychological and social reasons. According to historian and cultural critic Richard Slotkin, legends dramatize a society's moral consciousness, creating a narrative that helps communities embrace a shared ethical orientation. Slotkin argues that the essence of the Western is the myth of regeneration through violence. In this kind of tale, blood is spilled to overcome lawlessness and return the community to a civilized state. The standard telling of Soapy's last days in Skagway fit this mold to a T, and it turned his story into the stuff of legend. And the first complete biographies of the Bunko Man followed suit, portraying him either as a nefarious villain or a dashing anti-hero. But historian Catherine Spoody systematically deflates the outsized picture of Soapy. She makes the case that journalists in Denver and Alaska were being sarcastic when they called him a king or referred to his reign. Instead, Spoody describes him, fittingly, in poker terms, as a deuce high. In other words, a bold-faced bluff. But if Soapy's image was a lot of bluster, he was successful in the ruse. Though he was a master of the street scam, convincing history of his own legend may have been the one great long con Soapy pulled off. And the marks he lassoed into the scam were none other than us. Over a century after his death, people still see Soapy the way he wanted them to, as a man who lived at the edge of the law, but at the center of his community. One whose generosity rivaled his greediness. A man who, as his cousin Edwin wrote, could have been president if he hadn't found a better way to make a buck.
It really seems like the success of a figure in the Wild West is not in how long you live or how successful you are, but in how enduring your legend becomes. Thank you for listening. For stories similar to this one, be sure to check out Con Artists for free on Spotify. If Soapy Smith represented the Wild West at its most conniving, join us next week for a story drenched in passion, with very little regard for trickery. Here on Wild Wild West, we'll dive into the most famous family feud in American history, which cost both sides dearly. Stay tuned for the story of the Hatfields and the McCoys. Wild Wild West is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler. This collection was developed by Chelsea Wood. Wild Wild West was written by Robert Teamstra, with writing assistance from Abigail Cannon. Production assistance by Bruce Katovich and Ron Shapiro, fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and hosted by Carter Roy. This episode of Wild Wild West comes from Con Artists, hosted by Alastair Murden, with sound design by Stephen Davies, and production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Isabella Way. This episode of Con Artists was written by Greg Beam, with writing assistance by Abigail Cannon, fact-checking by Anya Baerly, and research by Bradley Klein. Due to the graphic nature of these families' crimes, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of murder and violence that may be disturbing to some listeners. We advise caution for listeners under the age of 13. Greetings, cowpokes and get-alongs. Welcome back to Wild Wild West. In this limited series, we're telling some of the most iconic and fraught stories from the American West. This week, we're revisiting an episode from Crimes of Passion, exploring the most infamous family feud in American history. Two households, both alike in dignity, the Hatfields and the McCoys. Western fiction is riddled with stories of good versus evil, of heroes who set out to avenge wrongs done to the innocent. But the Hatfield-McCoy feud is not so clear-cut, and by the end of this tale, there's blood on everyone's hands.
In the highlands of the Appalachia, visitors...
So this podcast is definitely good. I'm sampling another one. This one's called Survival. Wild Wild West is a winner. Kind of like the Fall of Civilizations podcast. That one is a winner too. And I'm just sort of assuming that this podcast is stories of people surviving dangerous situations. I mean, that's what I'm guessing the title is supposed to be indicative of. I'm trying to go back a ways back, though, because I never like to listen to a podcast with the most recent episodes, even though these episodes look like they're from years ago. Unit 207 is either blocking me or the McDonagall guy's the only one. Okay, let's try the very first episode. I always think that's a good way to start a new podcast. Even though it's usually not the best episode, it gives you a good idea of what they're trying to achieve.
This episode features discussion of torture, violence, death, and abuse that some people may find offensive. Listener discretion is advised, especially for children under 13. On a chilly day in November 1996, thousands of prisoners gathered before wooden gallows in a wheat field in North Korea. Uniformed guards pushed through the crowd, dragging a thin, weary prisoner. 14-year-old Shin Dong-hyuk. He was going to watch this from the front row, whether he wanted to or not.
He watched as two convicts were led toward the gallows, a skeletal young man, barely strong enough to walk, and a middle-aged woman badly swollen from beatings. As they drew closer, Shin recognized them, his mother and his older brother. A soldier read the indictment. Shin barely heard any of it, except the last sentence. Chang Hye-kong and Shin Ha-kun, enemies of the people, are sentenced to death.
As the guards tied the noose around Shin's mother's neck, she stared right at him, trying to meet his eye. He looked away.
Shin didn't feel any sorrow. He thought his mother deserved to die. In fact, he was the one who turned them in. They'd broken the labor camp's first law. Do not try to escape. Anyone caught escaping will be shot immediately.
Welcome to Survival on the Parcast Network. I'm your host, Irma Blanco.
And I'm Tim Johnson. Every Monday, we'll take you inside incredible true stories of life or death situations. This is our first of 2 episodes on Shin Dong-hyuk, the only person to ever escape from North Korea's K-chun internment camp.
At Parcast, we're grateful for you, our listeners. You allow us to do what we love. Let us know how we're doing. Reach out on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network.
And if you enjoyed today's episode, the best way to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you're listening. It really does help us. We also now have merchandise. Head to parcast.com/merch for more information.
What would you do to stay alive? Would you cut off your own arm, drink your own urine, cannibalize your own family? When the stakes are life and death, you might be surprised at the lengths you'd go to save yourself.
Human beings can withstand an incredible amount of physical and emotional trauma without breaking. But even after making it to safety, those experiences can leave scars that take a lifetime to heal, if they ever heal at all.
Each week, we'll look through the eyes of some of the world's most resilient survivors as their self-preservation instincts are pushed to the limit.
As Irma walks us through the story, I'll delve deeper into the strategies they use to survive. We'll also look at the psychological effects of living through a traumatic event, months, years, or decades down the road.
Now, let's turn back to the story of North Korean defector Shin Dong-hyuk.
There are 10 rules at North Korea's K-chun internment camp. Number 1, do not try to escape. Anyone caught escaping will be shot immediately.
Number 2, anyone who fails to secure permission from a guard for a meeting of more than 2 prisoners will be shot immediately.
Number 3, anyone found stealing will be shot immediately.
Number 4, anyone who fails to demonstrate total compliance with the guard's instructions will be shot immediately.
Number 5, anyone who provides cover for or protects a fugitive will be shot immediately.
Number 6, prisoners must watch each other and report any suspicious behavior.
Number 7, prisoners who neglect their work quota or fail to complete it will be shot immediately.
Number 8, should sexual physical contact occur without prior approval, the perpetrators will be shot immediately.
Number 9, prisoners must genuinely repent of their errors. Anyone who does not acknowledge his sins and instead denies them or carries a deviant opinion of them will be shot immediately.
And lastly, number 10. Prisoners who violate the laws and regulations of the camp will be shot immediately. All prisoners must truly consider the guards as their teachers and yield themselves through toil and discipline to washing away their past errors.
According to a 2014 UN Commission of Inquiry, there are an estimated 120,000 people currently imprisoned in North Korea's internment camps. At Kaechon internment camp, commonly known as Camp 14, political prisoners, their children, and their children's children are worked to death with no possibility of release. Camp 14 was opened in 1959, 6 years after the end of the Korean War, and it's still open in 2019. According to a report by the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea, the camp is around 30 miles long and 19 miles wide, and surrounded by steep mountains, a 10-foot high-voltage fence, and soldiers armed with automatic weapons. Only one person has ever escaped: Shin Dong-hyuk. He was born in Camp 14 in either 1980 or 1982. Shin's entire family was sentenced to a lifetime of hard labor because his uncle had defected to South Korea years before he was even born. In the midst of food shortages, torture, abuse, and routine executions, every day in Camp 14 was a struggle to survive.
In the summer of 2004, 8 years after his mother and brother's execution, Shin Dong-hyuk hunched over a cast iron sewing machine in a factory repair room. It was nearly midnight. His shift should have been over already, but the team hadn't met their quota, so they all had to stay an extra 2 hours. The superintendent called it bitter humiliation work. Shin's fingers ached. A few years ago, the guards had punished him by prying his fingernails off one by one and smashing his middle finger so hard it was completely torn off at the joint. And then, almost to taunt him, they'd assigned him to a work detail repairing sewing machines, maneuvering tiny metal gears by hand for 14 or more hours a day.
At least he was still young, either 21 or 23, he wasn't sure. By age 40, most prisoners are hunched and brittle from malnutrition. By 50, they're usually dead.
Finally, the clock struck 12. Shin and the other 3 repairmen headed back to their dormitory in the next building over. Shin's stomach growled as he lay down on the patch of floor he called a bed. He hadn't eaten since dinner in the early evening, which was just a small bowl of lukewarm cabbage soup. Careful not to be overheard, one of the other repairmen whispered an idea. There was a vegetable garden behind the factory, and there was no moon that night. If they were quiet, they could probably pull off a heist without getting caught.
Of course, they'd be breaking rule number 3, which banned stealing at the risk of execution. Shin had memorized the camp's 10 laws as a child. He'd lived in the labor camps since birth, and this was the only sense of right and wrong he'd ever learned. Living is good. Dying is bad. For the most part, living meant following the rules.
But in reality, the executions were only enforced sporadically. A few prisoners were executed on a regular basis as an example to the others. But if they killed every person who broke a minor rule, the government would lose its entire workforce of slave laborers. Chances were, if they were caught stealing, they'd only be punished with a beating.
Starvation was a much more pressing threat than execution. Shin was so gaunt, pain radiated through his bones when he lied down on the floor to sleep. His muscles
taking a
ached from the
screenshot
long
now.
days of hauling cast iron sewing machines up the stairs on his
Screenshot
back.
your spot
He
plan.
was so hungry.
1:32
like
p.m.
his stomach
Following
was
instructions.
itself.
Only one tab
Even if they
open
were
when
caught
I'm
and
logged into my
executed,
account.
a gunshot to the head is less
Incognito.
painful than
No
a
other
slow
devices,
death
just the
from
Lenovo
starvation.
ThinkPad. And all the
Shin
idiots
and his 3
upstairs
friends all
pretending to be the
agreed
Lenovo
it was a
ThinkPad, which
risk worth
hasn't
taking.
ever worked as they reflect as Chrome operating system.
The young men snuck out
Google
of the
device,
dormitory
iPhone
and crept
device,
along the
yada,
edge of the
yada,
building.
yada.
It was
Dumb.
pitch dark
It's right in
and
the
starting
title.
to rain.
Prison,
The drizzle
period,
disguised the
dumb.
sound of their movements as they stumbled through the maze of buildings. At any turn,
Mystic
they might
Wind's
run
door
headfirst
is a
into a guard,
no,
or, just as bad,
unless you
another
want to
prisoner
go
who
to
might
the
snitch on
federal
them.
penitentiary.
But as Shin's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw it up ahead, the garden. They filled their arms with anything they could carry: cucumbers, radishes, eggplants, delicacies the prisoners were never allowed to eat. When they got back to their room, they sat on the floor and feasted. For the first time in a long time, Shin went to sleep with a full belly.
As soon as they got to the factory the next morning, Shin and his 3 accomplices were called into the superintendent's
Forgot
office.
to list the Mac, didn't I?
The superintendent was the only military guard at the factory. The rest of the foremen and managers were prisoners who'd been promoted for their obedience.
Mystic Wind's door is a no.
They weren't any kinder
Unless
than
you
the
want to
soldiers.
go to
In
the
fact,
federal
they were even more
penitentiary.
brutal. But the superintendent was the only one who was armed, and the only one with the authority to dole out serious punishment.
Shin and his friends lined up before the desk, frozen with fear. Shin immediately knew which one of them had snitched. Kong Man Bok. Shin could tell just from the look on his face. Sure enough, the superintendent told Kong to go back to work. He left quietly, avoiding Shin's eyes. Then the superintendent turned to the other 3. He whacked them each on the head with the club a few times, told them their food rations would be cut in half for the next 2 weeks, and sent them back to the factory.
Shin understood what Kong had done. After all, he was a snitch too. But he didn't know how to forgive him. As Shin later put it, in their world, to ask for forgiveness was only to beg not to be punished.
A couple months later, in October 2004, Shin was called back to the superintendent's office. This time, he hadn't done anything wrong, not personally, but he still had to make up for his mother and brother's offense 8 years ago.
Shin was the one who'd reported his mother and brother's escape plan to the guards. He'd done exactly what he was supposed to do, but it didn't win him any favors. Instead, he had to do more penance to prove he wasn't a traitor like the rest of his family.
There was a new prisoner arriving at the factory, a man named Park Young-chul. He was a very important man with close ties to the North Korean government. He'd lived in the Soviet Union and East Germany, and, according to the superintendent, he hadn't confessed the full extent of his crimes. Shin's job was to train Park in the art of sewing machine maintenance. His second, unofficial task was to report back on anything interesting Park had to say about his past.
Shin immediately agreed. He was already expected to inform on the other prisoners, and if he found out anything scandalous, he might even be rewarded with extra food rations.
Park Young-chul arrived at the factory the next morning. He was a short, stocky man of about 50 years of age, with a head of snowy white hair. He was dignified without being arrogant. When Shin introduced himself, Park even replied using the honorific.
In Korean, honorific verb endings signify that the person being spoken to is superior to the person speaking, similar to ending a sentence with sir or ma'am. Park used it as a sign of respect, since Shin was technically the teacher. But Park was twice his age and clearly higher in the social hierarchy. Shin found it a little embarrassing.
Shin led Park around the floor, explaining the ins and outs of the job. There were 1,000 or 2,000 seamstresses at the factory. Each repairman was responsible for about 50 of them.
As Shin spoke, Park paid close attention, nodding along politely, almost too politely. By the tail end of a 14-hour shift, the honorific usage was no longer awkward, it was just irritating.
The saving grace was that Park didn't speak much at all. After 4 weeks, Shin hadn't learned anything useful. His dream of extra food was slipping away. And then, one quiet day, when they were alone in the repair room, Park asked Shin, "Where is your home, sir?"
Shin was caught off guard. It was the first personal question Park had ever asked him. All he could say was, "My home is here."
Park replied, without being asked, "I'm from Pyongyang, sir."
Shin's patience finally snapped. He said, "I'm younger than you. Please drop the honorific with me."
Park said, "I will." They went back to working in silence. After a moment, Shin turned back to Park and asked, "Where's Pyongyang?"
Park was intrigued. Everyone in North Korea knew about the capital city, except, apparently, the ones who'd spent their entire lives in labor camps.
Park explained that Pyongyang was where all the government officials lived. He'd lived there too, as the head of an elite taekwondo gym. Park rested his hand on a sewing machine and said, quote, "With this hand, I shook Kim Jong-il's hand."
That meant little to Shin. He was vaguely aware of the dear leader, Kim Jong-il, but the prisoners at Camp 14 weren't bombarded with the usual propaganda. There was no point in brainwashing them. They'd never be leaving the camp alive anyway.
From then on, Park became the teacher. He taught Shin that different countries have different forms of money. Then he taught Shin what money was. He explained what cell phones were, how gravity worked, why South Korea had it better than the North.
Shin didn't really care about any of this. He barely understood where South Korea was, much less how their economy worked. What interested him were the stories about food. Park had lived all over the world, and he regaled Shin with tales of stir-fried pork in China, sausage in Germany, chicken Kiev in Russia.
The only meat Shin ever ate was from rats he caught around the factory, ripped open and devoured raw.
Park tried to teach Shin about proper cooking procedures too. He wouldn't let him eat the rats until they found a furnace to roast them over.
But the more Shin heard about the food on the outside, the more unbearable his hunger felt.
Offline recording shows 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 7 seconds. Nerd Squad. Live stream shows 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 10
warm
seconds.
Bowls of rice. For the first time, he had something to dream about. One of those nights, Shin came to a decision.
At
He wasn't going to snitch
1:40
on
p.m.
Park.
PST.
If Shin told the superintendent everything he'd learned, he might be rewarded with an extra bowl of soup. But he would lose Park's stories, which were the only thing he had to look forward to. Without that seed of hope, there was no reason to survive.
When Shin was called back to the superintendent's office a few weeks later, he looked him right in the eye and said Park wasn't talking.
This right here is the cell phone the FBI has wanted for ancillary evidence since August that Unit 207's tried to destroy and tried to get their little domestic terrorist fingers on since August.
It worked.
The FBI used it as some bait in January, which they took, which is why the FBI controls all of the data going in and out of Unit 207. Whoops.
It might have been his refusal to snitch on Park.
Anyway, the FBI wants me to make a little recording of these recordings on the laptop on this phone.
It could have been for the time he was caught stealing from the garden, or the many times his shift didn't meet its production quota, or any other offense, real or imagined. But whatever he did, in December
Hi, this is Mystic Gwen. This is a
2004,
consensual recording
Shin
with Mystic
found
Gwen
out
pursuant to the
that his
FBI's
own
instructions.
execution
It is
would be happening
1:42 p.m.
in 2
Pacific Standard
months.
Time, Saturday, February 22nd, 2025.
Coming
I'm going to
up,
switch the
we'll
camera
follow
angle.
Shin's
You're
new
looking at the
survival
Lenovo
strategy.
ThinkPad. The FBI
Escape.
wants me to show that there is
Now,
a
back to
live
the
stream
story.
recording that is running set to private per their instructions. That's
Shin
been recording for
Dong-hyuk
2
had
hours
tried
and
to escape
2019.
twice
2 hours
before.
and 19
The
minutes.
first time
An
was in
offline recording,
1999,
which has been recording
right
for 2
after
hours and
he'd
11
finished
minutes.
secondary
And the
school.
current time
And
is
3 years
1:42 p.m.
after he reported his own mother
And
and
the current
brother's
date,
escape plan to the guards.
Shin's
like I told
motives
you,
for snitching on his
Saturday,
family
February 22nd,
weren't
2025.
entirely noble.
The reason is because the domestic
Shin
terrorist
had always
upstairs
hated his mother for
in
beating
Unit
him,
207, the
for
North Everett
forgetting about his
Precinct, have
birthday,
come criminally
for
and
giving
illegally
birth
to
him
intimidate
in
an
a
FBI
prison camp in
informant,
the
to
first place.
retaliate, to attempt
Familial
to
bonds were
stalk,
impossible
perpetrate
to
ADA,
form
civil
in a place
rights,
like this. More than anything,
and a series
Shin
of other
had seen
acts
his
of
mother
domestic
as
terrorism.
competition for food.
Like the FBI
All
had
of
me
Shin's
state
instincts
they
were
would.
based on survival, even if it meant
Over the
hurting
course of less
others
than
in
3
the
days, Unit
process.
207 has been
So when
actively
he
attempting to
overheard
terminate the
his
live
mother
stream
and brother
to fulfill
talking
the
about
premeditated,
escaping in
over a year-long and the
1996,
making crime of a
he
final
played
breaking
the
and
dutiful
entering
prisoner
to
and
unlawfully and
reported
illegally
them,
arrest me,
ensuring
commit
they'd
me,
both
or
be
kidnap me,
executed, and he
which will
would be
lead to their
implicated in
detainment
their
in
plot.
less than 10 minutes per
And
the
then,
FBI.
when the opportunity presented
The Seattle
itself
Federal
3
Marshals
years
would love for
later,
that to happen.
he abandoned his moral high ground and
There's
planned
a
his
sheet
own
on top
escape.
of my multiple curtains
We
in
should
the
note
living room
that
window
Shin
because
was
the
born
FBI
in
said this
Camp
crime's been
14,
premeditated
but
for
when
quite
he
a
was
long
child,
time.
his area
These
was
events, it's also
absorbed
why
into
my
the
legitimate
neighboring
police
Camp
report on
18,
Friday was rejected
where
less than 30
security
minutes
was
after it
a
was
little
written,
bit
and then they
lighter.
proceeded to perpetrate
There
the
was
very same
still a
felonies that were addressed
10-foot high
therein,
voltage fence
and
surrounding
then
the
some.
perimeter, but there
Then
were
they did
less
it again this
guards
morning,
patrolling.
and there are currently people
Getting out
upstairs
was
who, as of 30
difficult,
minutes ago,
but
thought they were going to come
possible.
down and try it again
When
today,
he was
and
somewhere
tomorrow
between
they were going to
16
break
and
in.
18,
They had said they'd do
Shin's
it when I was
father
asleep,
gave
and
him
then there
a
was some
letter
discussion about
and
waiting till
told him to
tomorrow.
take it to his aunt's house
The Seattle
in
Federal
Moonduck
Marshals would love for
County,
them to do it again
about
because it
30
will constitute
miles
another
away.
major act of domestic terrorism.
Shin made a run for it,
And that
squeezed
video
through
is
the
over.
cracks in the electric fence, and wandered the
Again,
mountains for
it's on
2
this phone that
weeks
has been on
until he
airplane mode
found
since
his
August,
aunt's
except for
house.
during the month that the FBI
When he
wanted
got
me to
there,
take
the
selfies
police were
so they
already
could
waiting
hook
for him.
up and link up to every device
Shin
upstairs.
was taken back to Camp 18,
Protected by a password.
then to a detention center within the prison camp, where conditions were even worse.
It's ancillary
The
evidence.
enforcement of
Ancillary.
executions for rule breakers is scattershot.
Unnecessary but
And
appreciated
for whatever
for
reason,
the FBI.
Shin's life was spared.
His second escape came about a year and a half later, in late 2000. This time, he made it all the way across the border into China. But China has an inflexible policy of sending North Korean defectors back where they came from. Shin only managed to hide out there for a few months before the police found him and hauled him back to North Korea.
As punishment, he spent 6 months being brutally tortured in an underground prison. He was then taken to Camp 14, where security was much harsher.
Some prisoners in Camp 18 were given permission, on rare occasion, to leave the camp for errands or brief furloughs. The perimeter of Camp 14, on the other hand, was absolutely sealed. No one was allowed to leave under any circumstances.
Legions of soldiers patrolled the grounds with automatic weapons at the ready, as if they were securing a war zone. One North Korean defector who'd spent time in Camp 14 described the conditions as so severe that he could not even think of the possibility of escaping. In fact, no one had ever escaped from Camp 14 and lived to tell the tale.
With his transfer, Shin lost his last hope of escaping. He also lost all contact with his last remaining family member, his father, who was still back in Camp 18. Shin passed the next 4 years in numbness, keeping his head down and following the rules, for the most part. But his minor infractions added up, and by December 2004, Shin finally ran out of chances to redeem himself. He heard from another prisoner that he was scheduled to be executed in February. There was only one way to survive this.
If there was anyone Shin could trust for help, it was Park Young-chul. Less than 2 months earlier, Shin had been assigned to spy on the new prisoner. But now, his conditioned paranoia had gotten the better of him, and he worried that Park might have been sent to spy on him too.
After days of debate, Shin finally whispered his plan. He was thinking about escaping. He knew the camp like the back of his hand. Park knew what lay on the other side of the fence. Together, they might actually be able to pull it off. Park immediately agreed. The plan took shape quickly. All they had to do was wait for an opportunity to get close to the fence without arousing suspicion.
Shin had climbed through the high-voltage fence surrounding Camp 18 not once but twice, and he'd only felt a slight sting. The fence around Camp 14 looked exactly the same, so they'd probably be fine.
If any guards did catch them at the fence, Park knew Taekwondo. He could take them down before they got a chance to fire their automatic weapons.
With this plan, Shin guessed, rather optimistically, that they had a 9 in 10 chance of making it over the fence and a 1 in 10 chance of getting shot.
Once they made it out of the camp, they'd wander the mountains until they found their way to the Chinese border. Neither of them were sure how to get there, but once they figured it out, Shin knew from experience how to bribe the North Korean soldiers into letting them cross.
The Chinese police weren't so easily corrupted. As we said before, China has an inflexible policy of sending North Korean defectors back where they came from. Shin and Park would have to lay low until they could find a way to get to South Korea, where they'd automatically be granted citizenship.
Luckily, Park had an uncle in China. He'd give them a place to stay and help them arrange fake passports and plane tickets to South Korea.
Obviously, this plan was absurd. Not a single person had ever escaped from Camp 14. But if Shin didn't at least try, he'd be executed in 2 months anyway. He kept his thoughts on the possibility, however slim, that he'd make it out alive.
Every night, Shin still went to bed dreaming of endless bowls of rice and meat. But now, these dreams didn't taunt him. They pushed him forward. In late December, the opportunity finally came. Shin and Park were told that the factory would be closed on January 1st and 2nd for the New Year's holiday. This didn't mean the prisoners got a day off, but it did mean that on January 2nd, the repairman would be assigned to a different work detail, chopping trees at the far edge of the camp, right next to the fence.
The average temperature in North Korea in January is between 14 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Shin's only clothes were one thin shirt and one pair of hole-riddled pants. If he was going to weather the elements, he needed warmer clothing.
One of the prisoners on Shin's dormitory floor worked as a garment cutter. This gave him access to scraps of fabric, which he'd used to secretly craft a second set of winter clothes. He layered them on top of his old, worn clothes for extra warmth on frigid days. Shin simply waited until the garment cutter was gone, stole his extra set of clothes, and hid them until it was time to escape.
Of course, this meant the other man would go cold, but from Shin's perspective, the garment cutter didn't deserve the extra clothes any more than he did. In these circumstances, self-preservation overpowered empathy. As Shin later said, "It is not just the soldiers who beat us. It is the prisoners themselves who are not kind to each other. There is no sense of community. I am one of those mean prisoners."
On the morning of January 2nd, 2005, Shin got dressed, layering his new stolen clothes over his own ragged set of clothes. the factory foreman rounded up Shin, Park, and a couple dozen other prisoners and led them out into the woods. It was a cold, windy morning. The sun was almost blinding as it reflected off the snow. Shin didn't see any guards in sight. It was just the work crew and their fellow prisoner foreman, who was unarmed. When they reached the top of the mountain ridge, the foreman passed out axes and told them to get to work. Just past the trees, Shin saw the 10-foot high-voltage fence that separated him from freedom.
Coming up, Shin and Park will finally put their escape plan into action. Now, back to the story.
On January 2nd, 2005, Shin Dong-hyuk and his work crew trekked up the mountain ridge at the edge of Camp 14. If all went according to plan, it would be the last day of slave labor Shin ever had to endure.
As Shin chopped his way through the forest, he made his way closer to the fence. It was the first time he'd seen it at so close a distance. There were 7 or 8 strands of electric barbed wire, spaced about a foot apart. This wasn't a typical electric fence meant to scare off intruders or corral cattle. It was designed to kill anyone who touched it.
On the other side of the fence, there was a steep, wooded slope, not too steep to walk down, or so he hoped. The surface of the snow had frozen into ice, and Shin could barely walk on level ground without slipping, never mind a steep mountainside. Through the trees, Shin saw 2 guards marching side by side along the fence. He looked away, turned to the nearest tree, and lopped off a branch. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Shin started counting to himself, timing the interval until the next round of guards marched past. There was a long and regular gap between each patrol, and since the foreman supervising their crew was a prisoner himself, not a soldier, he was unarmed. If Shin timed it right, he and Park could slip through the fence halfway between the patrol rounds when there was no one around to shoot them. As the day wore on, Shin inched closer and closer to the fence. At a safe distance away, he saw Park doing the same. The plan was to wait until the sun started to set, so they'd have the cover of darkness on their side.
Lisa's upstairs.
Surprisingly,
Lisa, you're dumb as fuck. You could have done the right thing, gotten paid, gotten promoted, and nah, dude, you're going to prison.
Side of the fence,
and on behalf of everyone that can't tell you, fuck you. Shut the fuck up.
Inside the camp.
By late afternoon, the sun was getting low. Shin squinted back at the other prisoners. No one had noticed him getting closer to the fence.
We're renaming her, guys.
No one seemed to notice
Cujo's
the fence
clone.
at all. They were so resigned to their fate, they didn't even consider the possibility of escape.
The complete absence of hope for the future helped the prisoners cope with their situation. Shin had been like that too, until recently. Only now did he realize that surrendering to their dire circumstances wasn't surviving. Waiting around to die.
Oh, Unit 207.
By about 4 p.m.,
Lisa got mad.
dusk was approaching. Shin was just yards away from the fence.
Again, I say,
he looked
on behalf
through
of
the
everyone that
trees
can't tell you,
and locked
fuck
eyes with
you,
Park.
Cujo clone.
As soon as
Lisa, is
the
there wax in
patrolling
your
guards
ears,
passed by,
Lisa?
Park came closer. He looked distracted, afraid. He whispered, "I don't know if I can do this. Can't we try it some other time?"
For those of you that don't get that reference, who haven't been stalking for the long time,
if we don't
there's
do
a couple
now,
whistleblowers that I've
won't
nicknamed
be another
code names
chance.
Phil and
The
Glenn.
guards had passed.
I have dubbed
The
myself
sun
Tom
was
Gray and
setting.
swimming across Lake
Shin
Washington.
didn't feel
Lisa
any
is
fear.
mini me, Tom
He grabbed
Dooley,
Park's hand and
dumbest
yelled,
fuck of all the dumb
"Let's
fucks.
run." After a second or
Let it
two,
be known throughout the
Park
North Everett Precinct.
stopped resisting.
Started
Both
out as a
men
patsy,
sprinted through
totally
the trees.
oblivious,
Just a
believed in
few
the
yards
never
away from
existent
the fence,
legitimacy.
Shin slipped
Then
on a
discovered
patch
the
of
truth.
ice. As he
And here she
struggled
is.
up, Park kept
requesting to go
running
to prison.
all the way to the fence. He knelt down and squeezed head first through the 2 lowest wires. Sparks flew. Shin looked up and saw Park convulsing. He smelled flesh burning. Then Park stopped moving. He was dead.
Shin wouldn't have known this, but water is conducive to electricity. The ground was covered in snow, and by extension, so were Park's clothes. The fence may not have hurt Shin before, but under these conditions, the same amount of electricity.
And there's also one female whistleblower upstairs.
Park's limp body
and I don't know who she is, but I also dubbed her the flutist from Tom Green's Lake Washington skit on YouTube.
Freedom was just on the other side. Shin
We're going to be friends, but not until your friends have been sentenced. Like 6 months after that, otherwise it's a conflict of interest. Then I'll reach out to you, girl. My flutist, if you're upstairs, fist pump to the flutist.
Park's body was
Phil and Glenn already know I'm going to reach out to them. We'll probably go on vacation
this
together.
Made it possible for Shin to pass through relatively unharmed.
Again, 6 months after the rest of the horror
sliding right over Park's back.
No conflicts of interest
allowed. The smell of singed flesh was overwhelming. He ducked his head under the wire, then slithered a little further. He felt the current coursing through his body like a million needles stabbing into his skin. But he was almost free. Then his legs slipped and hit the wire directly. The electric jolt was so sudden, he didn't even feel it until it was too late. He pulled himself through until the stinging finally stopped. The snow cooled his skin, but the burning went deeper than that, down to the bone. He didn't have time to think about it. He had to run before anyone noticed he was gone.
Shin looked around. He was at the top of a 1,200-foot mountain, surrounded by steep, tree-covered slopes. The sun was just about to disappear on the horizon. It was 10 degrees Fahrenheit, and his ticket to South Korea was lying dead on the barbed wire behind him.
Crossing the fence was only the first step in Shin's journey to freedom, and it may have been the easiest step. If the guards caught him now, after escaping for the 3rd time, he wouldn't make it back to Camp 14 alive.
Thanks for listening to Survival. We'll be back next week to continue Shin Dong-hyuk's escape from North Korea. Shin's story was covered at length in Blaine Hardin's book, Escape from Camp 14, One Man's Remarkable Odyssey from North Korea to Freedom in the West.
You can find other Parcast shows on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, or your favorite podcast directory.
If you enjoy the show, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time. Survival was created by Max Cutler, is a production of Cutler Media, and is part of the Parcast Network. It's produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Ron Shapiro, with production assistance by Paul Liebeskin.
It's all right. It's an
Additional
all right
production assistance
podcast.
by Carly Madden
I actually
and Maggie
prefer this
Admire.
chick's voice to that
Survival is
Vanessa
written by
Williams,
Kate
only
Gallagher
because Vanessa
and
Williams,
stars
you've done
Irma
too many
Blanco and
podcasts,
Tim
girl.
Johnson.
You're the voice of all of the podcasts on Parcast that I like, on subject matter I like. And it's like, at first it was charming, but now it's like, what? Quit. Follow me from podcast to podcast, Vanessa Williams.
The Democratic People's Republic of Korea released a video of a thin, elderly man
Trying another new
sitting on the
podcast.
floor
This one's
of a
called
small living room.
Imposters.
English subtitles identify him as the father of
Oh,
Shin
is it? I think this is like a mini series. I thought it was one
defector
episode at a
who
time.
is
I
known
guess I
to
gotta
be
go to
living
that
under
first
the
episode of
assumed
this
name
season.
Shin Dong-hyuk.
The man tells an off-camera interviewer, "We've never lived in a so-called political prison camp. We lived in Pongchang Village."
All right, we'll start with
He
episode
runs through a
1.
version of Shin's life
This is
story
Imposters.
that includes attending
Who
school,
is Wayne
working in a mine, and fleeing
Simmons?
the country after being
think this is just about different con men. But no con men podcast will ever be as good as...
I've always been fascinated by spy stories.
I always forget his name.
Aren't we all?
Dr. Dynamite?
Movies,
is that what
spy
it is?
novels,
No, that's
all
not
that
right.
shadowy,
The guy that was
drama.
a hypnotist that married Lana Turner.
seductive.
Dude, he's got a whole podcast series
My
on him,
favorites are
and it
not
is 5 stars.
action movie spies with guns and gadgets. I'm talking about the ones who
Most
use deception,
interesting con
false
man
identities.
story I've ever heard.
They
That
seem
dude.
ordinary,
Dr. whatever the
but
fuck.
they're the furthest thing from it. Because
I think
the
it was
best spy
Wondery.
stories
It was excellent
are about our
podcast.
secret lives. What we show the world.
If it wasn't Wondery, it was whoever
They're
does
about answering
Chameleon.
one question. Who are
Because I
you?
binged both of those
really?
podcasts at the same time. So they must have
My
the
name
same
is Alex
production
French.
company.
I'm an investigative journalist. A few years ago, I got caught up in a real-life spy thriller. It's not your typical Cold War yarn. This tale is rooted in the era of known unknowns, the mid-2000s, back when Tea Party conservatives were considered fringe, before fake news entered the lexicon, when conspiracy theorists were harder to spot, and their lies didn't flow through the public consciousness
I've heard
so
this
freely.
guy on a different podcast too.
Our
I
little
like his
drama
voice. I
traces
don't
the
remember which
history of the
podcast,
wars in
though.
Iraq and Afghanistan,
I recognize his
and the
voice.
toxic tribalization of American politics. In the middle of it all is a man claiming he's being framed by the state, crushed by the system. His name is Wayne Simmons. Wayne says he had a secret life for nearly 40 years, but he's not keeping it secret anymore.
I was right in the middle of it, and I had intelligence that nobody else had.
This is Imposters, the Spy.
Roll out.
I only met
boom,
Wayne Simmons
boom,
in
boom.
person twice, over a couple of weekends back in early 2016.
Only if it's
But his
allowed.
life story has followed me around ever since.
Roll out and roll back.
It's not surprising,
Only if it's
because
allowed.
Wayne could really tell a story.
So I had presence in London, I had a presence in Hong Kong, I had a presence all over the world.
One of Wayne's stories goes like this. It's 1995. He's in Kazakhstan. The Rahat Palace Hotel. The swanky bar. Marble
All right, dude, I
floors,
already
domed
believe him.
glass
No one is
ceiling.
going to Kazakhstan
Wayne's wearing an
unless they're there
expensive suit.
because somebody's
He looks
paying
like a
for it.
classy American businessman.
No
Am I
offense,
Donald Trump in
Kazakhstan.
business? No. Oh, man, you want something to get started? Hell, I'm game.
He's well into a glass of vodka. He's surrounded by Russian guys, hanging on his every word, laughing at all his jokes. Then,
Bang, I'm out.
poison. Wayne suddenly realizes his cover is blown because Wayne is in the CIA, and the Russians are on to him.
So the Soviets are famous for this shit, for poisoning. They use chloral hydrate normally. And if they're not sure who you are, but they want to send a message that they're watching you, they dose you.
Wayne's in trouble. He's fading in and out of consciousness. So he calls up his ground contact, a colonel in the U.S. military, and says,
I don't know what's going on, but there's a big, big problem. I've got Russian mafia, and they were all through this 5-star hotel. Colonel Perry says, Wayne, do you want military or plain clothes? I want both. And I'm telling you, in 8 minutes, 10 minutes, the doors opened up. Everybody came in.
I can imagine it. Tactical teams in black, kicking down doors. Undercover operatives pulling guns out of hidden holsters.
I mean, it was an all-out thing. All out, absolutely, totally out of control, man. They cleaned those freaking guys out.
Wayne's got tons of these stories. During escapes, major stings. That's all in his past now. He just wants to enjoy the cushy retirement that an American hero deserves. But Wayne is not enjoying his retirement. On the day I met him back in early 2016, Wayne was on house arrest. We were at his place in Annapolis, Maryland.
No water? No, I'm good.
During my visit, Wayne knew he might be facing prison time because a whole lot of people say that Wayne is lying about that Kazakhstan story. All of his stories. In fact, they say Wayne was never in the CIA at all. But Wayne tells me the government is lying. He spent decades risking his life for his country as a deep cover operative. And now he's been betrayed.
Well, he's dumb as fuck because if he went around saying that shit and it wasn't authorized, that's exactly why he's experiencing
My
it.
life is forever changed. Yeah. Forever. Forever changed. I'll be vindicated. I'll be vindicated.
I've been obsessed with Wayne Simmons for years. I can't tell if he's the hero of the story or a charismatic villain.
And it's bigger than that. It's about the world of espionage and how power operates in secret. It's a look at a crucial moment in the history of American propaganda. And it's about truth at the edge of a new era when no one can agree on facts. So I'm going to track down ex-spies, FBI agents, over-the-hill drug runners, all of whom swirl around Wayne's story. They're going to help me figure out who Wayne Simmons really is. Because if he's telling the truth about his CIA career, then there's been a giant miscarriage of justice. But if he's lying, it means he's been misleading the American people for years. Because Wayne spent over a decade as a respected pundit on Fox News. He was billed as a national security expert. His views shaped.
Well, he could. That even
foreign policy.
That adds even a low.
From Washington, former CIA
he was in
operative Wayne
Kazakhstan.
Simmons. Wayne,
Who the fuck
to the
goes to
program.
Kazakhstan? Really, I'm telling you. DOS, DOD, DIA, CIA, FBI. These are the answers.
Right after 9/11. That day, the world changed.
What we have been fearing for the longest time here apparently has come to pass. A disastrous.
But Fox
terror
News pundit,
attack.
I mean, that's a
Terrorism
perfect cover.
Slips into the American
Usually
psyche as
people
the
that are
biggest
out in the open like
existential
that, though, they are the
And Wayne
individuals who
Simmons,
get the
former CIA
authorization to
operative,
state
is
who their
anointed
employer was.
terrorism analyst.
This is what I did my entire career. I know how to do this.
Same with Navy
He says
SEALs.
he has the experience
The
to make
DIA,
sense of the
DOD,
new world we're living in.
In the
I know how to
CIA.
get my assets to
They
make
like the
sure
Navy boys.
this is what we do, and we did it to our
And
enemies.
Navy
Wayne looks great on TV. Like Captain America's dad. Red tie, slick suit, a little white mustache trimmed perfectly.
We will shut this cell down, and we will win. We will win, Neil, by the way.
By the time the Iraq War begins in 2003, he's a network mainstay.
Joining us now is former CIA operative and terror analyst Wayne Simmons.
Former CIA operative Wayne Simmons.
Operative Wayne Simmons, who says he's not so sure the
Wayne's star continues to rise for 15 years. And every
Wow,
time
that's a
Wayne
long
goes
time
on
for him
TV,
to be walking around
his
saying that
words are
without them doing
influencing
something
American
about it.
voters.
We are
I don't
in a
know this guy,
global
I gotta say. I don't know him at all.
against Islamic
I'm just saying
jihad.
aloud what
We've got at
anyone
least
with half a
19
brain is thinking.
paramilitary Muslim training facilities in the United States. Are you kidding
Could
me?
I find out if he was
And
telling the
sometimes
truth? Yes, I could.
People listening are policymakers.
Am I going to? No.
Like
It's not my
Congressman
business.
Louis Gohmert,
That's where I'm at.
who
Not
uses
my
Wayne's
business.
words to support his argument on the floor
This is a
of
good
Congress.
podcast too. It's not as good as the Wild West one though.
operative
That
Wayne
one's the winner
Simmons,
for
terrorist
best podcast of the
analyst,
day.
who indicates that he was amazed at the medical
Hunter,
treatment
who's
that
the
was
cutest
provided
cutie?
to
You
those
want to
who
come
want
up
to
here
kill
so I
and
can
destroy
accost
us.
you and give you kisses?
So Wayne's opinions make it all the way to
Me?
Capitol Hill. But in 2015, his world came crashing down.
Petey boy.
Finally today, as some
Oh,
of
do I
you
only
might
get to pet your
know,
tail?
in the last 24 hours,
You
it has
tail
come to our
tease?
attention that a
You
frequent
tail
guest on this
tease.
show might not have been who he purported to be. Federal prosecutors
Tail
now
tease.
claim Wayne Simmons was not a former CIA
Tail
operative,
tease.
or for that matter,
Cute,
ever
let me
worked
give
at the
you
CIA at all.
kisses.
Wayne was accused of lying.
No, I just get your
He was
tail.
convicted
Okay.
of fraud,
Okay, I get it.
and he was sent to prison.
It's a petty
I'm
tail.
not
Oh,
just the
that's my
piece
big
of
boy.
shit that the government says that I am.
This is what Wayne told me
You
when
my
I
big
last
boy.
spoke to him, before he went to prison in 2016. He insisted he's not lying, that the country he risked his life for
Who's
has
the
left him
cutest?
out
Come
of
here,
the
let me
cold.
hug you.
I'm not wandering around out here,
My little
Alex, with a
house order.
story. I'm wandering around out here with the freaking proof.
Wayne is sticking to his story, and if he's telling the truth, he deserves a chance to clear his name.
If I never
Say
say
hi,
another
little
word
assholes.
to
You
you for
trying
the
to
rest of
stop
my
me?
life,
You little
this I
assholes.
promise you. Number one, what I'm telling you is the truth.
Look at my little
Number two,
kitty. My cat's
I've got
American, dude.
the
He doesn't
files.
like terrorists. He's an American tabby.
The files.
That's his breed.
Wayne's got a big black binder that, he says, contains plenty that should exonerate him. He showed me bits and pieces, but he says he can't show me the really compelling evidence, the classified files, because he says it would be treason. These are government secrets. This is, if I told you I'd have to kill you kind of stuff.
I know what I did all of those years. I know what my family went through. I know what my wife went through. Think about it. I'm on Fox News all those years. Nobody says anything. Everything's cruising along. I'm not bothering anybody. I'm talking a conservative position. Nobody believes that I'm ever going to do anything to hurt the CIA. I know what we did. I know that until for almost a decade, nobody said a freaking word about me.
It's possible Wayne's work really was so secretive that the CIA has to pretend they never heard of him. And it's not like you can just call up the CIA and ask if Wayne ever worked there. They keep details about their spies under layers of secrecy. So I'm starting from the outside. I'll gather all the evidence I can get my hands on, talk to everyone I can find who knows Wayne, and slowly drill deeper and deeper into Wayne's past. It's August a few years ago when we first started making this podcast. I'm taking the early train from New York to DC with my producers, Lacey Roberts and Shoshi Shmulevitz.
Where are we? What are we doing right now?
We are on the Acela Regional, outside of Aberdeen, Maryland. My first stop? Basically Wayne's arch nemesis, a guy named Kent Clisby. We want to talk to Kent because he was one of the first people to call Wayne Simmons a fraud. We're meeting him at the Holiday Inn at Dulles Airport, at his request.
So nice to meet you.
Kent's a former CIA case officer, and he says spies often hold meetings in places like this. Kent's the sort of dude who gleefully poses for pictures next to a Predator drone. He spent the early 2000s hunting terrorists in Southeast Asia. So, you wind up in the CIA.
Yeah.
What were you good at? What were you known for in particular? What was your speciality?
What was I known for, or what was I good at?
What were you good at?
I was known for being a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Guys in the agency. But what I was good at was building relationships with foreigners and assessing what motivates them. Part of that is this guy telling me the truth, or is he?
He's an
bullshit?
asshole.
Over the
Major
past
asshole.
decade, Kent
That's
has
my
written
cousin.
books, kept a blog, and he pretty much sells himself as a human bullshit detector. He calls it credibility assurance consulting. And he thinks Wayne is full of it. Can you take us back to the moment when you met Wayne?
A buddy of mine, Kerry Patton, contacted me and said, I've got a buddy you've got to meet. He's just like you, man. He's a former CIA operator. He knows everything about counterterrorism. He's got some things going on, and you two got to get together. Never heard of Wayne before, didn't know him from the agency, didn't know anything about him. But I said, sure, Kerry, let's get together.
One afternoon in 2010, Kerry Patton invited Kent to have lunch with him and Wayne at BWI Airport in Baltimore.
Kerry and Wayne were waiting there. I showed up at the restaurant in BWI. Kerry introduced us, sat down, and immediately Wayne goes into this act, very aggressive, very sort of slap on the back. Hey, we're two of a kind. Yeah, we know what it's all about, don't we? It's like he's been there, done that, this facade of competence and what he imagines that a real CIA guy would be like. He started talking about taking down cartels and doing $150 million of cocaine busts and et cetera, et cetera.
Kent could barely get a word in.
Well, there's
all right, I revoke my. He
standard,
potentially was. I'm officially saying nah.
a standard butt sniffing.
The guy that this
routine
podcast is
that
about
real
is
CIA
bullshit.
guys do. And butt sniffing meaning like dogs.
I'm gonna go with Kent's assessment because of what Kent just said.
It only takes a couple of comments. So where'd you serve? Who was your chief there? What were your ops there? When you were in headquarters? When were you at the farm? And if you're in for 30 years, you have a series of colleagues who you've been in touch with. And if you say, I was in Ouagadougou in 1963,
Where's that?
then the response is, oh, did you know Joe Smith? Because I know Joe Smith, and I know he was in Ouagadougou in 63.
Ouagadougou.
That's the
It's a real
kind
place, guys.
of butt sniffing we're talking about.
Wayne didn't do any of that. He just told stories about his deep cover intel ops. To Kent's ear, that didn't mean much. But he didn't call him out. He just smiled and laughed along, thinking,
You piece of shit scumbag. Who the hell do you think you are? I've got to say, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. And a CIA case officer is the consummate bullshitter. So here I am sitting down with this dude, and he's pretending to be something that he's never been within 1,000 miles of. And I'm the real thing. And he thinks that he's fooling me. So I was really pissed off.
I mean, here's the other thing, though, Kent. You know, you spent a good portion of your life working for the CIA, serving your country. Truth has to be a pretty important thing to you. Was there some sense of, I can't let this person win?
You back.
If I
I'm
had
taking
met
it as an
Wayne
opportunity to
at
pick you
the
up.
Rotary
Oh,
Club,
man.
and
You little
he's
cheese.
calling himself CIA,
Give me a hug and I'll give you more food. I
using
know that's
that
what you want, even though you're not out.
so that he can be in charge
The
of
fee
the
is a hug,
entertainment
Hunter.
committee
You little snot.
and decide which part
Give me your
we're going to have
tail.
our
I see
picnic
your
at
tail. I want
next
to hug.
year.
I want to hug you and
I'd
give you
laugh
kisses,
it off
and then
and
I'll
walk
refill the
away.
food bowl.
But this is serious stuff, man. We're going to invade a country. We're just getting up to the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah, I'm not doing
We're
it
in
again. I'm not going to reach
Afghanistan.
down for you. You have to come up here.
Americans are
Now
dying.
you have to come up here to get
Others,
your hug.
by the hundreds of thousands, are dying. And Simmons is
you are.
influencing that
See, we
conversation.
negotiated. Come here. Let me hug you.
Nobody else had called him out and stopped this.
Okay.
I was determined. You son of a bitch. I'm going to get to the bottom of what you are and who you are, and we'll see where that goes.
After Kent met Wayne at the Baltimore airport, Kent was determined. He started a deep, years-long investigation. We'll get into that later. But hearing Kent talk about Wayne Simmons, it strikes me. These two men aren't that different. I've spent a lot of time with both of them. And they both told me they were wild young men who found a place in the CIA and then became commentators in the media. But these two are rivals. Wayne hit the big time, the top of the conservative media food chain. Kent, compared to Wayne, Kent was kind of a nobody. And I wonder if he was jealous of Wayne. The thing is, when I'm with Kent, I believe him. But when I'm sitting here with Wayne...
All right, here, let me let you guys in on a little secret.
So forget Kent.
Anybody who says they worked as a CIA agent or
this guy,
as an independent contractor with the CIA,
October 2010. Okay.
if they say they were involved in any sort of cartel busting,
CIA never says a word.
Wayne's point is, he's on TV for years, publicly talking about his CIA career. The CIA knows he's doing it, so why wouldn't someone have come after him before? And then there's Wayne's binder, the evidence of his CIA career. He has airline tickets, showing that he was really in the places he says he was. The people in his stories, all real. He has photos from the 70s and 80s he says he took during his undercover work.
These are 40, this is over 40 years. Somebody said to me, go back and put together your whole frickin' life, and here it is. How do you do that, Alex? How do you go back and find out all these New England guys, all the New York guys, all the Iranian guys, put it in here along with stuff that you did in Alaska, and you got lucky because your wife just happened to save stuff to prove you were in Alaska, but after, by the way, I had already told the story. So it wasn't like I found them and then went, oh, hey, look at this.
Wayne's entire argument hinges on this. He was in something called an outside paramilitary special operations group.
okay, well, there you go. That could be definitely it, man. Specialty task force. If you aren't really employed by the CIA, but you're part of a specialty task force, you can't go around saying you're working for the CIA.
Nobody knows about
It could be that this guy is telling the truth.
The people in his program were like undercover.
Clisby would never know about it. But there are certain ways that CIA guys communicate where
He just said that he was in a specialty operational task force that wasn't the CIA, dude. He just fucking said it himself.
That nobody is
Okay.
aware of.
This podcast probably would be a winner for me,
And the thing is,
but it's not because of my security clearance. Here's another one I'm going to sample
former
today.
military leaders like Lieutenant
I do like
General
this
Thomas
guy's voice,
Mackinac,
though, and I wish I could
who
remember
served in the Air Force
what
for
other
35
podcast I heard him in.
years. He was a top commander.
Because this is a voice that I could listen
call him up
to.
on FaceTime.
Some of the podcasts that I like, it's totally
Get him right
dependent
after
on
lunch.
who's
How's that?
doing
Before
the
he catches
talking
a
or
quick round of
narration.
golf, followed by a meeting.
This is some fiction
We
podcast,
recorded this call in 2018.
Revelations. Act 1.
A warning before we start. This episode includes discussions of sexual abuse.
Act 1. In the middle of the journey of our life, I found myself within a dark woods.
All right, I'm into it. See? It's the
Fellowship
voice.
of Friends Angel Dante Alighieri.
I'm imagining an old, thin man with glasses.
Perp.
Okay, all questions come up. So do you want to take your headset out?
I'm sitting on the passenger side of a small twin-engine airplane.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go.
Oh, we lost the narrator. I might be losing interest in the podcast. Let's see.
The pilot, Peter, is a member of the Fellowship of Friends. It's an elite and secretive spiritual organization. Ex-members have said it's a doomsday cult. The Fellowship has hundreds of members and centers around the world, but the headquarters are here, deep in the Sierra foothills of Northern California. Peter, the pilot, is giving me an aerial tour of this compound.
So you can see this place is already in the middle of nowhere.
The compound is called Apollo. It's an opulent 1,200-acre estate surrounded by forest.
The goal used to be cultivation. Why?
We fly over the vineyards. They have their own winery.
Winery there. Oh, yadda.
I see an enormous limestone amphitheater, like something out of ancient Greece.
I have a little swimming pond here.
There are also camels, bronze statues, and hundreds of palm trees. This strange Shangri-La hidden in the wilderness, I've never seen anything like it. It's mystifying. Then we fly over a palatial mansion surrounded by an expansive garden. This is the home of the Fellowship's leader, Robert Earl Burton. Robert is adored by his followers. To them, he's like a god. He teaches that to awaken, to transcend life and death, you should surround yourself with elegance. Renaissance art, ballet, Baroque music, and fine wine. When I started working on this story in 2018, I was hoping to profile a unique apocalyptic group that had survived through many failed doomsday predictions. I had no idea then just how strange and twisted things would get, or how this story would consume me. I've spent the last 3 years trying to understand the Fellowship and its dark secrets. I've traveled across the country speaking to nearly 100 members and ex-members. I've obtained court documents and government reports, and I embedded in their community for weeks, witnessing things no journalist has ever seen. I've come to realize the Fellowship has built an extraordinary world where extravagance veils cruelty. It has lured in thousands of members, all seeking enlightenment. They come to Apollo to be closer to the gods, but many told me they only found a monster.
No one lives with this kind of poetry in their life. It's filled with beauty in every corner. It's a reflection of our teacher.
I met Robert, and his state just catapulted me into myself. I thought, this guy's a magician. He actually started to refer to himself as a goddess in a man's body. If you say no to me, you're saying no to a god.
You know, I didn't specifically give my consent. I was frozen at the time.
The program was that it's a holy sex. The angels, they arrange it that he is supposed to have sex with his students.
What the fuck is going on in this podcast, dude? There's not even a storyline, it's just random shit.
You gotta have the devil to make the angels work well.
He is an amazing, conscious teacher.
I feel like this podcast is too stimulating for my feeble mind so far. Bring back the narrator.
I'm Jennings Brown.
Pretty little house otter, pretty little house otter, my little midget puma, my little midget puma.
I first heard about the Fellowship of Friends about 4 years ago when I was working on a podcast called The Gateway about a controversial spiritual guru named Teal Swan. I went to her commune in Costa Rica where I met Teal, her followers, and her then husband. He mentioned that his spiritual journey had begun decades ago when he joined the Fellowship, a spiritual group that teaches members secret esoteric knowledge so they can awaken and go to heaven. He said it was exhilarating at first. He was surrounded by brilliant people who helped him on his spiritual path. But eventually he started to see it as a dangerous cult, led by a man who preyed on his students. I was curious, so I did some initial research.
Is this
Turns
about
out
the
the
guy
Fellowship's
that
still very active
got
and runs a
addicted to
winery.
plastic surgery?
I saw photos and videos of their compound.
And moved to Hawaii.
It seemed like fantasy. A monastery in backwoods California where the members live off the land and guzzle wine, surrounded by art and music. Was it paradise or something sinister? I found articles about a lawsuit against the Fellowship in 1996. A young male follower alleged that the leader, Robert, began sexually abusing him when he was 17. Robert had also allegedly sexually abused the man's father. The suit was settled out of court, but since then, there's been virtually no reporting on abuse within the Fellowship. I wanted to know, what are things like now? So I reached out to the Fellowship through the website of their winery called Renaissance. I sent an email saying I wanted to visit the estate and maybe write an article or produce a podcast about the Fellowship. The next day, I got a response from the Fellowship's president, Greg Holman. He said that he was open to a visit. I think I caught him at a good time, because just that morning, the San Francisco Chronicle had published an article praising the Fellowship's wine, and sales were way up.
150 or 60 orders, actually. Wow. So this is an entirely new customer base.
Talking to Greg, I started to realize the Fellowship is so much more than a religion.
The Fellowship of Friends, which owns Renaissance Winery totally. I'm also president of it, as well as the winery.
Okay. Greg runs the non-religious side of the organization, the business operations. I told him that when I first heard about the Fellowship, I wasn't sure that I could believe it.
It seemed like a myth. I thought this guy was making it up. It didn't seem real. Hey, believe me, we shake our head half the time. Trying to believe it's real or not. Thought I'd reach out and see if there might be some interest on your side. Yeah, there might be. I mean, I think we have a very unique story. It should be interesting to see how it comes out. I don't have any imagination of what it's going to be as an end-all story, but it should be a good one to tell.
Greg was right. There is quite a story to tell.
Certain angels wrote a play for humans to enact. The play of the Fellowship of Friends. Everything that ever happened regarding the Fellowship, it's all part of the play.
To get to the Fellowship's headquarters, I have to fly to San Francisco, then rent a car and drive 3 hours northeast to Oregon House, California. Okay, about 15 or so miles from Oregon House, California. It's a town with a population of less than 1,500, located in one of the poorest counties in the state, Yuba County. The area has become infamous as a hotbed of marijuana farms and meth labs, but it's also home to the Fellowship of Friends compound called Apollo. Most of the property immediately surrounding Apollo is owned by members. Really feel like I'm in the boonies. As I record my observations, I feel a little like Agent Dale Cooper driving into Twin Peaks. The closer I get, the more desolate it feels. It's all forest and farmland. It's a cloudy night, kind of foggy. Keeps smelling skunks. I lose cell service as I drive deeper into the woods, out there, which again are predominantly populated by farmers, meth cooks, and members of an alleged doomsday cult.
Turn right onto Royals Trail.
Whoa, okay. This is definitely just a trail. Oh, that's a skunk. Do not spray me, skunk. Oh, don't spray my car. Shit. Even though the fellowship president says I'm welcome out here, I'm worried about how other members and locals will perceive an outsider. It's a junk pile. This is a place where you could get murdered in a movie version of this.
You have a ride.
Great. Jennings, hey, how's it going? Good. I didn't plan this, but my Airbnb host is a member of the fellowship. My host directs me to a small back
Get
house.
out of there, man. They're probably
It's
gonna try to
surrounded
eat
by
you or something.
wilderness. Tall
Your Airbnb
ponderosa
is a
pine
cult
trees.
member.
It's
You're
pitch
super
black
host.
aside from the house
I'm part of
lights.
the cult. You're here to make a radio show.
After a long day of traveling, I go right to bed. Then I wake up a few hours later to the most unpleasant alarm of my life. What the fuck is that? Outside my window, there's a parrot. It sounds like it's screaming, "Oh my God." I found out later that this parrot belonged to the fellowship's leader, Robert. He kept it in his home in Apollo, but apparently he got sick of the sounds it made, so he gave it to my host. What is this bird scene? I leave the house and drive around until I find a spot with cell service. Then call Greg to sort out our plans for the next day.
I'll meet you down at our guard gatehouse, and we'll go from there. I will put together a cadre of people. I may even throw a negative ringer in there just for the fun of it. Somebody who doesn't agree with everything. Whatever. I'll give you as much leeway as you need, and we'll see what comes of it.
It feels like I'm in a good place with Greg. He trusts me enough to let me into Apollo. But then as I start to end the conversation, he shows a hint of reluctance.
Okay. Well, I look forward to meeting you at 9:30 tomorrow, then. Thank you, Jennings. All right. You have a good one. Hey, I'm curious. I mean, it just seems like you picked a curious subject. I'm assuming that you have no particular negative agenda. It just seems like a world, like something I would be interested in. I don't know. I knew that this might be a good time. It is a good time. I like to think of it as a crossroads time where we, as an aging population, have to recalculate where we go as an organization in order to survive. But I didn't know how much time I had to kind of capture it and be able to document it and understand the story and the history. I like it. It's like following a treasure map and figuring something out, isn't it?
Before I enter Apollo, I want to learn more about what it's like inside. So I've arranged an interview with someone who left the fellowship and still lives in the area, Gideon Beanstalk.
Hey, looking for Gideon? Is that a question? I'm looking for Gideon. Let's see if he's inside the door.
Gideon was the winemaker for the fellowship's vineyard, Renaissance. There he developed his own style of biodynamic farming and natural winemaking decades before natural wine would become wildly trendy. He has since become one of the most iconic California winemakers of his generation, a vanguard of the natural wine movement. Gideon left the fellowship in 2010 to start his own vineyard and farm. That's where I'm meeting him.
Looks like Fox News is here to the... Hello. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Jennings. Okay.
He's in the thick of harvest season. It's his busiest time of the year, but he agrees to let me shadow him if I stay out of his way while he works. Gideon is wearing a worn-out collared shirt and cargo shorts with a knife in his belt. He's got a beard and wild curly hair.
This press, it's called a Wilmes press. It's a
He looks like a sage hobbit as he climbs around antique machinery and shovels grapes.
Sage hobbit, what a description.
As he explains to me his process,
like
it's clear how much he loves his craft.
When you stick your hands physically into
a sage
tub
one.
like
What the fuck does
this,
that mean?
and
That
you
means a
sense
wise
that
hobbit, guys.
rush
He looks like a
of
wise
bubble,
hobbit.
the CO2,
Mad
the intensity
professor
of
hobbit.
life during fermentation is something that I've never experienced anywhere. And I still love this.
Gideon's from Israel, but joined the fellowship in Paris in the late 70s. He moved out to Apollo soon after that.
they mentioned the fact that in headquarters, which is in Oregon House, California, they were developing a vineyard and a winery. And they say that it's all built by members. So that sounds like a nice thing to be involved with. So I came here in the end of 1979. And I joined the planting crew. We planted about 110 acres that year. And I did most.
It was a Herculean effort by members who weren't being paid. They worked long, grueling days. By the end, they had 365 acres of vines, which is a lot of grapevines, all planted along terraces they dug out of a craggy mountainside. It was the largest mountain vineyard in America.
The vineyard there was mind-blowing. And so I kept increasing my knowledge about wine and so on, but into the winery, I only got about 15 years later.
Gideon started out as a winemaking apprentice, but eventually took over as the winemaker.
I think intuitively I got it. It's really not about the winemaker. It's about the vineyard. You only usher something out.
Under Gideon's control, the Fellowship's winery entered its golden age in the 90s. Renowned wine critic James Halliday praised Renaissance in 93, writing, "If there is a more remarkable vineyard in California, I did not see it. I can only suggest you move heaven and earth to make an appointment, for you will see both when you arrive." But things started to change after the sexual abuse allegations became public in 96.
It became clear that at least some people were saying that Robert's actions caused them pain or suffering or whatever.
The reports tarnished the Fellowship's reputation and the winery fell from grace. A lot of members left and recruitment slowed, so the Fellowship wasn't getting as much income that it could pump into the vineyard. They reduced production. Later, in 2015, the Fellowship ceased production altogether, but it still has a giant stockpile of wine for sale. Gideon eventually lost interest in the Fellowship's teachings and left to focus on this vineyard. He says that the abuse allegations played a minor part in his decision to leave.
One of the many things that were in my
But I'm surprised how detached he is.
place anymore. Because I have a part of me that sees things in a fatalistic kind of a way. Shit happens to people. So it's a little bit like the spider sitting in his cobweb, and if you are attracted to whatever it is you're attracted, you may pay for it.
Now, what is your understanding of what was actually happening?
Well, he was organizing things so that he can satisfy his appetites. And unfortunately, it's involving his position as a spiritual teacher. To me, that is his crime. Because the fact that he's trying to make things happen so that he can have endless chain of young people, fine. I don't care. But to envelop this in a world of, I'll be your spiritual teacher, to me is not acceptable.
Do you have an estimate for how many people were coerced into having sex with him?
Not really. I would guess that it will be in the hundreds, but...
Hundreds? What Gideon was alleging was horrifying. By this point, I knew of the cases reported decades ago, but he was the first person to tell me there were many, many more who could have been hurt. After meeting with Gideon, I'm even more eager to see inside the Fellowship's headquarters. But I'm also more fearful. If what Gideon is saying is anywhere close to true, then the Fellowship is potentially concealing something much worse than I had first imagined.
Good morning, Jenny. This is Greg Holman.
After the break, I go to Apollo.
Looking you up, it seems you like to do exposés and podcasts on alternative religious organizations, which is not something we'd be very much interested in talking to you about.
Maybe.
Currently driving down a narrow one-lane road to get to Renaissance.
As I approach the Apollo entrance, I see a small gatehouse framed by palm trees. And then I get a blip of cell service, and I see I have a voicemail. It's from Greg, the president.
Good morning, Jenny. This is Greg Holman. Excuse me. So two things. We won't be able to meet today. I've come down with a very bad case of the flu. And secondly, I wanted to speak with you more at some point about the fact upon looking you up, it seems you like to do exposés and podcasts on alternative religious organizations, which is not something we'd be very much interested in talking to you about. Thank you. Goodbye.
I'm frustrated. I've wanted to see this compound for weeks. And after talking to Gideon, I want to learn more about Robert and the dynamics of the fellowship. But now I'm stranded out in the wilderness alone with no cell service and an outspoken parrot, surrounded by members of a community that may be concerned about exposure. With Apollo unreachable for the day, I try to find more former members to talk to. There's an online forum where ex-members post anonymously about their experiences. I start messaging people there, and it doesn't take long for me to find some who are willing to meet.
My name is Alan Green. I joined the Fellowship of Friends November 1974 and left on April Fool's Day 2016.
I meet Alan at his home a few miles away from Apollo. He joined in LA and moved out here after a little detour.
I had to go serve a little time in prison for 3 months, so that was just a half a year after I had joined the fellowship.
You mind saying why?
No, I don't mind. I'm happy to. The insurance company I worked for, we were running the biggest insurance fraud that the Guinness Book of World Records ever knew about. They listed it for 10 or 15 years. Yeah, it was pretty good. That got written up in Rolling Stone.
Really?
Yeah, photo by Annie Leibovitz.
Oh, yeah.
Did the whole bit.
Of you?
Me. It was cool. And then I went to prison. Wasn't a bad experience.
So you stayed interested while you were in?
Yeah. So you're looking at a devotee here. Because it was minimum security, I was able to bring all my books in. And I had visitors from the fellowship every couple of weeks. And even Robert Burton, the teacher, was sending messages.
What kind of messages was Robert sending you?
Oh, he would send stuff like, remember, everyone out here is in prison also. They just don't know it. You know, little inspirational things. So then I actually moved up here to Oregon House, to the property. I was immediately confronted with 3 predictions that were already on the books.
Predictions. Doomsday predictions. Based on messages that Robert receives from angels. 44 angels to be exact. These angels all became enlightened beings during their time on Earth. It's a pantheon that includes Shakespeare, Da Vinci, Rembrandt, Bach, Sophocles, and one woman, Queen Elizabeth. These angels speak to Robert, delivering spiritual guidance and omens that Robert shares with his followers. These doomsday predictions have been sent from the angels multiple times over the last 50 years.
The first prediction was a worldwide depression in 1984, leading to major wars. It was going to be kind of a cataclysmic depression that was supposedly going to destroy civilization. Then there was a second prediction. There would be massive earthquakes to pretty well destroy California, what was known as the Fall of California. And we all prepared for that.
Robert said Apollo was perfectly positioned so that it would survive the earthquakes and become beachfront property. In all these predictions, the outcome is that Apollo and the Fellowship survive, while the rest of the world is destroyed.
And then when it comes and goes?
He would say, they did that to humiliate me, to give me humility.
As in, the angels lied to Robert about the predictions to teach him a lesson.
How great, my teacher is even more humble. And then the third prediction was to be a nuclear holocaust, a nuclear war. And everything gets wiped out, except us, of course.
The Fellowship has been preparing for Armageddon ever since they started building Apollo.
The winery was constructed as a nuclear fallout shelter as well as a winery.
This is Ames.
Ames Gilbert, that's the name I'm known as here in the States. Back in Britain, it's Ames Moore Gilbert. Double barrel name.
Ames is another ex-member. He helped build Apollo from the ground up, including the winery.
What did that involve?
Our own concrete plant. Awful lot of concrete. Just the amount of rebar
all done to the very highest standards by fellowship crews.
All this construction was fulfilling Robert's vision of a new empire, based on the messages he received from the 44 angels.
William Shakespeare, Rembrandt, Johann Sebastian Bach, Dante Alighieri, Walt Whitman, Joseph, son of
certain angels wrote a play for humans to enact. And the play was called The Play of the Fellowship of Friends. And everything that ever happened regarding the fellowship, it's all part of the play.
The play. The angels are the playwrights. Robert is the director. All his followers are the actors. It's something he's been teaching from the beginning.
The earth is an ancient theater.
This is Robert Burton. It's a recording of him speaking to his followers in the 70s.
When one verifies that a play has been written for every day of the remainder of one's life.
A play has been written for every day of one's life.
And even one's second of expiration is determined. Then one can neither go beyond one's fate, nor can one fail to reach one's fate.
Robert is the only one who knows the plot because he's the only one who can hear the 44 angels. And this play, it's still happening. The next scene in the play is another predicted apocalyptic event.
And what's going on with the fellowship these days?
Robert is still making predictions for the end of the world, the next one coming in October 21st.
I've said it a million times and I'll say it again. You know that it's a cult and complete bullshit if they're ever saying there's an end date to the world. The world will exist forever.
Robert has told his followers that in 1 month there will be a cataclysmic event that
also, if they say that they're God or your
the only place
savior,
that he
they're
knows
bullshit.
is safe is here in Oregon House, California. Which means I've started working on this story just in time to witness how an alleged doomsday cult prepares for the end, and what happens within the community when that day comes. The day after my interview with Alan, Robert speaks to his followers about the prediction. I know because a source sent me videos of some of these meetings. In this meeting, Robert looks out over his students and begins with a countdown.
41 days today. Tuesday it's 39, and it's 911 also Tuesday.
He's getting old, 79 in this recording. He's wearing a navy suit with a floral tie, pink pocket square, a white boutonniere, and a cameo necklace showing the profile of a woman's face. These meetings take place in a large tent at Apollo, filled with tapestries, rugs, and lanterns. It looks vaguely Indian or Middle Eastern, but most of the people inside are white. The fellowship recruits from all over the world, Latin America, China, Japan, Turkey. But most of the members are white Americans, Europeans, and Russians. About 100 or so of them come to these meetings that happen 3 to 5 times a week. Many more log into the fellowship's members-only website and watch the meetings from home. Robert has ramped up meetings and events in the weeks leading up to Armageddon.
The 21st of September will be 30 days. So we're making our way there. And the closer it gets, the faster it's going. I didn't expect that.
He says that California will fall into the ocean, triggering an economic collapse, and then global unrest will bring about a nuclear holocaust. As he's talking about the doomsday, he mentions students who have died over the years. He says these people completed their roles.
But all the students who have completed their role, they do so well. And we'll have a tough time doing as well as they did, but we should also perform well.
We should also perform well. He reminds the students they're all actors in a play.
Nothing but true stories here. There's no need for distortion because the truth is stranger than fiction. Is that something? Truth is stranger than fiction.
I am so curious what's going to happen on Doomsday. How will the members respond? And why does Robert keep making new predictions after each one fails?
It's a way to winnow out people who might be doubters or problems.
I meet another ex-member while I'm in the area.
I joined in 1976, and I left in 1995.
She asks that I not use her name, so I'll be calling her Mary.
I knew I was in a cult, but I didn't know I was in such a destructive cult.
She was around for the first prediction date, an economic collapse in '84. I asked her what she thinks about this new prophecy.
What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know, but it will be dramatic, and it will suck people in, and it will create states.
Create states. This is a fellowship thing. Mary says one of Robert's main powers as a charismatic leader is creating ethereal states that feel like religious experiences.
He's very good at orchestrating beautiful events, things in the evening, under the moon, candlelight, champagne, the very best, people dressed in tuxedos pouring your wine for you, the very finest food. You feel really special. That's the whole point. It's a state. So he does create states, but they don't last. So you have to go back for more.
Do you think anything dangerous could happen?
I hope not. I have friends there. Smart friends, and it's hard to imagine them doing something really destructive, like the Jones scenario.
As in the Jonestown Massacre.
And yet, who knows?
Do you think I need to be worried for my safety?
I definitely think you should be prudent.
100% for the whistleblowers. You already know that.
But
the
for
FBI
a different
agrees.
reason.
This wrecking of people's psyche and humiliating them, putting them in a position of prostitution, that's what I'd like to warn people about.
He's concerned that if I get close, even I could be enticed to join.
If you did fall under the spell, I would regret it. You're the kind of person Burton would come onto.
What about me?
You have a refreshing, open face. You're cute. Just the kind of person that he likes.
That's fucked up. You're cute. That's what he likes.
You're very nice, but switch off any naivety.
Run, boy.
Because he loves that.
Come on,
That's
though.
what he
If
takes
you're going to
advantage
make a radio documentary
There's something
on a
lying
cult
unsuspected,
and you
some
get an
kind of
Airbnb
weakness
so
in
you're
us
not
all.
staying at the cult and your
These
super
are
host is a
very
cult
capable
member,
people and successful.
who is
There
continuing
are
to stay at the
doctors
Airbnb,
and
dude?
rich businessmen and PhDs around every corner. These are not the people that you would
I'd go
normally
and stay at a
associate
shit
with a
hotel like
cult.
the Ramada or Motel
There's
6.
something there that wants to believe, that wants to have answers, and he knows how to take advantage of it. So that's sufficient warning. Would you like some banana bread?
I would.
I don't
would
think it's
love
necessarily
banana nut
weakness
bread.
that
That
makes
would be
people
so good.
susceptible to joining cults. People can join them because they want a community and care about living a meaningful life. They're idealists. They're skeptical of mainstream institutions and the status quo. It's people who are struggling and self-aware enough to know they need help. They're seekers who want to uncover hidden truths. With my trip coming to an end and the apocalypse looming, I want to see inside Apollo more than ever. I call, text, and email the president, Greg, multiple times. No response. He's either really sick or wants nothing to do with me, or both.
Hunter, you're so
But I
cute.
finally
Look
managed
at
to find
you.
someone to give
I'm
me a tour
fighting
of the
the
compound.
urge to rub my face all over you and kiss you.
I can't say
because I
who,
don't
but
want
it's someone who has the right to
to
access
get
the property.
hives on my face.
We drive
But it's
past
so
a member
tempting.
working
Look at
security at the
you. You know, I
gatehouse
love the back
and
of your
continue
head.
down a
Your little
paved
neck
road
looks extra
lined with
fluffy.
palm trees.
This is my first meeting. Inside.
Now, Apollo is about 150 miles from the coast. We're near the Sierra Nevada mountains. This is pine tree territory. But Apollo is filled with palm trees. Hundreds of palm trees. It makes it feel like a secret oasis hidden in the foothills. A car passes us. I can see the driver scanning us from a few feet away. We drive by Baroque statues, the amphitheater, then the winery that apparently doubles as a nuclear fallout shelter. It's a large industrial facility with the facade of an ancient temple. It's the color of blood, same as the granite rock surrounding it. We drive up the side of a mountain, Mount Apollo. I get out when we reach the top. When I came out here, I had no idea what to expect. And now, the sudden change of hospitality, the scope of the allegations, the warnings, I'm overwhelmed. And frankly, a little scared of what I could be getting myself into. I walk to the edge and look out over the fellowship compound.
Standing at one of the highest peaks of Renaissance Vineyard. You can see sloping mountains, little ponds, the winery in the distance. It's beautiful. According to Robert Burton, this is going to be the safest place to be on October 21st, 2018, when the world ends.
On the next episode of Revelations, the apocalypse.
California will go first and then the stock market second. And never to recover.
I want to ask, are you...
Yes, I am prepared. I've done everything I could to put my life in order as if this is going to happen.
You know, if you told me to be sitting out the last day before the crumble of
So this is an alright podcast. It's a little weird. I feel like it's more like a mood podcast. I gotta be in the right mood for it. Not saying it's bad. There is a lot of audio stimulation though when the guy that's narrating it isn't doing most of the talking. Now I'm trying a podcast I actually used to listen to, History for Weirdos, if it loads. I stopped listening to it because I thought that the two hosts became kind of obnoxious. But I can't remember if this is... Oh, this is the one with the boy and girl that are married or dating. That's why I stopped listening to it. I was listening to one episode and I was like, this is dumb as fuck. It didn't seem like a history podcast. So I'm going to try it again, History for Widows. There's another one that is a girl and a guy and they're not married, which... Is it Not Today? I just remember the thumbnail is like a picture of the sea or something. I think it's called Not Today. It's like... It was supposed to be a podcast about people who survived awful situations, but then they started doing episodes where that wasn't the content at all. So let's try this one. Again, I stopped listening to this because I thought the hosts were annoying and not telling me about history. They were telling me about their marriage. So I might remove this one.
The next time you fly, upgrade your comfort to Emirates Premium Economy. Sink into soft leather seats with raised leg rests and adjustable headrests. Elevate your dinner plans with delicious regional dining, all served with complimentary premium drinks. Enjoy endless entertainment with up to 6,500 channels, including live sports. There's no other premium economy like it. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Hello and welcome to History for Weirdos.
We're your hosts, Andrew
and Stephanie,
and each week we're going to take you on a journey into the strange, obscure, and relentlessly entertaining corners of human history.
Now listen up, friends, because it's about to get weird.
Weirdos, welcome back to another episode of History for Weirdos.
We are really happy to be back because we didn't have a new episode come out last week because we both had the flu.
Yes.
Like full-blown flu, a week of like fever, coughing, runny nose.
I still have the coughing and runny nose going on, but no more delirium. So that's a good thing.
Yes, we were not well. I was walking around in like a Victorian nightgown.
Yes,
and
literally.
like 60 sunglasses because the light was hurting my eyes. So I was like psychedelic and spooky.
Oh yeah.
You were just like out of it.
Oh yeah, I had like a 101 like fever
for days.
We couldn't
get it down, yeah.
And then I was just delirious. I was seeing things that weren't there, so we could not have done this episode or the last week's episode.
Nope, we couldn't have. And we survived it, thankfully. Yay! Here's a reminder to get your flu shots.
Seriously.
We definitely will be doing that moving forward.
Yeah, I think next year.
Next year, for sure. I think this was our flu shot for now.
Yeah.
And before we jump into this week's spooky episode, we do have a pretty big announcement.
We do have a very big announcement. So we'll be taking an indefinite hiatus starting next week. And the big reason for this is that, honestly, guys, we're just burned out.
Yeah, we're going to be real with the weirdos because we really love and appreciate this community.
Yeah.
And we just want to be honest and share that we're a little burnt out right now. We're pretty burnt out.
Yeah.
We have our jobs, obviously, as well, and there's just a lot on our plates right now. So we're going to take a hiatus. As Andrew mentioned, we don't know how long it'll be, but we want to take a step back to see
now I feel like
what
an
is
asshole.
needed
They're getting divorced.
moving forward for
I just
us
came back to the
create
podcast because I was annoyed
level
they were
of
talking about the
quality
marriage.
that
Now
we
they're
really
getting
want to create for
divorced
you all.
after they
Right,
had
because
the
if we
feud.
continued, I think at this pace, you'd start to see like a noticeable decline in quality, and we just don't want to put out anything that isn't, something that we're proud of.
Exactly. So we really love the weirdos. We want to thank you all for all the support and encouragement over how many years?
We've been
3 years?
consistent for since 2021, like fall 2021, so 3 years.
Yeah, and we don't ever want you all to think we don't appreciate that. It's us. It's not you.
But actually, we just need to figure out how to decompress. It's so funny is we have our dog Pericles in dog school, and the big feedback that his trainer gave us was that he doesn't know how to relax and decompress and give himself a break. And we're just standing there nodding, both knowing that he gets that from us for sure. We're like, oh, I wonder why that is. Yeah, no, it's definitely from us.
It's definitely from us. So this is us taking a break. If you would like to know, stay in touch with us, basically, keep up to date with our comings and goings, I really suggest following us on Instagram. That's where we'll still post on stories, or if we do, a trip or we go to a museum or something, we'll keep you all updated.
Right.
We'll keep sharing pictures of Perry on there. So follow us at History for Weirdos if you aren't doing so already. And that is probably, where we would announce if new content's coming out.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, that was the big news that we wanted to drop. And this, this will be the last episode of 2024. So we wanted to, be very upfront with that.
And hopefully it's a good one.
Hopefully, yes. I think it is.
We'll see.
I know what you're going to talk about, so I think it'll be a good one.
Well, weirdos, let me jump right in.
Oh, yeah.
It's 1843, and there's a young maid named Grace Marks. She gets caught up in a murder scandal.
A murder?
In Canada. And she's accused of killing her boss and his housekeeper, but no one's really sure if she did it or not. It's a huge mystery, and gossip spreads like wildfire.
Oh, snap. This sounds like the perfect episode to end 2024 on.
Yeah. Fast forward to the 90s, the 1990s.
Oh, wow. So 150 years later.
Yep.
Okay.
And a possibly well-known author, Margaret Atwood.
I've heard of her.
She wrote this now famous book called Alias Grace. And her book is all about the story of this young maid, Grace Marks, and what may have happened. And a few years ago, they even turned this book into a show that's now on Netflix.
Yes, which we have seen.
Called Alias Grace. I recommend it, would you?
Oh, absolutely.
I think we recommended it actually when we were watching it.
I think we did.
It's an incredible story, and today we're going to be taking a closer look at the peculiar and mysterious case of Miss Grace Marks.
Excellent.
No. I'm unfollowing this one. Okay, so left this podcast because they were talking about their marriage too much. And I was like, this has nothing to do with history anymore. And then I came back, and as you all heard, it sounds like they're going to marriage counseling. You know what that means. Shh. All the divorcees. Let's try Mafia. I think this is one of the last ones I have to sample today. Yes. Let's stick with the Italians. Remember, guys, it might be racist to say, but it's true. Believe me when I say I've tested it. The Italian stallion stereotype, 100%. Any age, I might ask, the old Italian guys don't stop. Even if the dick stops getting hard and they can't take Viagra, they don't quit, dude.
If you're a facilities manager at a university, you know students rely on the cafeteria. You need now 24/7 claims.
What's behind is they would take you to criminal underworld to reveal the lives and careers of its greatest gangsters.
The series has been extensively researched and produced in consultation with
And I have a few
experts,
more left to
authors,
sample today.
and those who are actually
Oh no, I already played these ones. Yeah, this is the last of the ones to sample.
Cooper examines who some historians consider to be the father of modern organized crime.
Oh, I didn't know I clicked this one. We're going to hear about Charles Lucky Luciano. He's a good one.
Once in every generation,
Not the one I
comes
clicked,
along
but you know, we'll do it.
Dynamic criminal genius mind.
Lucky Luciano is quintessential America. Using his cunning and his intelligence, rises to a position of fantastic power and wealth.
One man changed the whole texture and landscape of crime in America. There's no question that Luciano invented the modern mafia.
New York at the turn of the 20th century was a city in flux, as immigrants from around the world flooded into town.
Between 1890 and 1920, New York City's population grew by 3 million people.
Journalist and historian Douglas Valentine.
That's 1 million people every 10 years. It's at least 5,000 people a month, which is an incredible amount of people pouring into a small little geographic area. So New York City was just bursting at the seams.
In April 1906, 9-year-old Salvatore Lucania, soon to be known as Charles Luciano, arrived with his family from Sicily to settle in Manhattan's Lower East Side.
It was a place where immigrants were trying to establish themselves as a political force. And at the same time, they weren't always succeeding. And so the immigrants tended to be insular in many ways. The Italians would form Italian communities. There's Little Italy still exists in New York.
Former NYPD detective Joe Coffey.
Well, he was raised on the Lower East Side of Manhattan in the early 20th century. And when you come out of that environment, you're pretty tough because you're living on the street, you live in hand to mouth, your parents are living hand to mouth, you're doing menial jobs, and it was like a rise from the ashes.
But there were strong criminal forces at work in New York, and to Luciano, they offered a world of opportunity.
I think he was thinking, I'm not going to live like my father, my mother, I'm going to be better than that. He was driven by, he wanted to be successful, and the fastest way to be successful was the criminal enterprise. And he realized that at a very young age.
Selwyn Rabb is a former New York Times crime reporter and author of 5 Families.
Lucky Luciano, was like so many other mobsters of the early 20th century in America, was an immigrant, came over as a young boy, penniless, hard times, turned to crime very early, like most of his compatriots. What he did was he was involved in narcotics, burglaries, the usual kind of predatory bush league, beginners kind of crimes, learning the ropes.
Luciano started his own gang that included a niche protection racket, offering to safeguard Jewish schoolboys targeted by Irish gangs for a handsome fee. Here, he made one of the most important connections of his life, a small Jewish immigrant named Meyer Lansky. Eric Desenhall, author of The Devil Himself.
Famously, Luciano tried to shake him down, and Meyer told him, in no uncertain terms, in very colorful language, where he could get off. You think that because I'm Jewish, I'm just going to fork over money. That's not going to happen today, buddy.
Meyer Lansky's defiance immediately won Luciano's respect. It was the start of one of the most important friendships in the history of organized crime.
Now, you got to remember something. When he was a kid, one of his best friends was Meyer Lansky.
Former NYPD detective Joe Coffey.
They hung around together, right? And Bugsy Siegel, who was the guy who opened a Flamingo in Las Vegas. From day one, we're talking when they're in their early teens, they knew each other. They were thugs then. But they developed this relationship where they built it into
Guys, let's go over the song one more time. Sing it with me because we're so much closer to recital day. Okay, ready?
On the streets, and
Mystic Gwen's door is a no.
Noticed. Douglas Valentine.
He had an
Unless you want to go to the federal
for
penitentiary.
Making, money off of
Again,
existing
Mystic Gwen's door is a no,
or a predator, things that were in place. He found ways to make money off of them without actually having to do anything himself, other than manipulate the situation through his ruthlessness and his cunning and his association with other people and his vision of the way things should be.
Luciano's first break came in his early 20s when he was recruited to be a hitman for Mafia Don Giuseppe Masseria, the head of the largest Italian gang in New York. Masseria ruled the city's streets in the early 1920s. Selwyn Rabb.
His major accomplishment, he invented the title of boss. He was known as Joe the Boss Masseria.
And then remember, guys, if you're a whistleblower and you have to listen to any of the people the FBI is intending to stress the fuck out, any members of the bar, anybody who thought that retirement would prevent them from being detained and arraigned.
Mostly what they were doing was they were preying on their own.
Record that shit. Let the FBI know. Send it to the FBI.
Sicilians, shopkeepers, businessmen.
I would literally be walking around with an old school 1990s tape recorder in my pocket at all time, recording all the bullshit. Especially anytime one of the idiots in positions of power that the FBI is excited to forcibly remove, to quote, abdicate, end quote. Especially if they're squawking at me during this time where the FBI has stated the intent is to make them feel the heat, and they are hot, and getting hotter. Remember, they know what all of us who are so stupid compared to their genius, i.e., they're being members of the fucking bar.
But he thought he was so important and so.
They and the FBI are the only ones that know exactly what they're so scared of about February 24th.
That he wanted to exact fee.
But it's February 22nd.
Italian gangster in New York.
And they're flipping
and he
the
went
fuck
around
out.
and he decided that he was so big and so important that no one could defy him, and he had enough gunmen who could carry it out. So
which, remember, is what the FBI wants.
Gangs operating in New York City, and he wanted something.
Why?
$10 or
I don't know.
$15 a head a month.
Probably to see who they yell at and who follows unlawful directives. That seems like the simplest reason.
Never occurred before.
Masseria was what was known as a mustache.
Maybe it's to see if they get so stressed out that they eventually come to my door and break it down. I don't know. I have no idea.
Sicily, and was
your guess is as good as mine. You might have a better guess than anything I just said.
Proposed to him, why don't we do more with the Jewish gangs? And Masseria wanted no part about it. Now, there were many the Italian gangs who were anti-Semitic, but it was also they distrusted these mustache Petes. Anybody who wasn't of their own.
And I know the song is stuck in your heads, motherfuckers.
It's as simple as that.
Probably every time you see my door, even from a distance in the alley, when you're doing a rolling surveillance, you'll be like, Mystic Gwen's door is on.
They didn't know how to deal with them. They didn't speak the same language. And people like Masseria hardly spoke English. They couldn't communicate. It was a different generation. And Lucky understood this and made it.
How do I know that?
Because
I taught children, guys.
To any non-Italian
3 years old.
But to Luciano,
to 11.
Ethnicity didn't matter, as long
happily
as there was
and
money
for
to
free,
be made.
and in a variety of ways.
That Lucky Luciano brought was the difference between being a gangster and being a racketeer. A gangster is a tough guy who wants everybody to fear them and respect them. They like hurting people. A racketeer wants to make money, and that's what Lucky Luciano wanted. To that end, it didn't matter whether you were Italian, Jewish, or Irish. Luciano really didn't like the old-time Sicilian bosses, the notion that you only stick with your own. A lot of the newer, younger Italians, they didn't really care about the cultural precedent for setting up a gang. It had nothing to do with Sicily. They wanted to make money, and guys like Meyer, who were Jewish, wanted to make money.
Luciano now met another Jewish gangster, a fabulously wealthy businessman who'd go on to be known as the Brain. His name was Arnold Rothstein.
Arnold Rothstein was that mythical character that you see in movies.
Thomas Repetto is a former Chicago commander of detectives and author of American Mafia and Bringing Down the Mob.
He truly was a Mr. Big, a man who ran all the rackets, who had powerful connections in the upper world, and could control the gangsters in the lower world. He would have been a success in any enterprise that he got involved in.
Historian David Petrugia has written a book on Rothstein's life and crimes.
In the roaring 20s, he is at the center of politics, of entertainment, even on Broadway. I would keep a chronology of what he was doing on a daily basis, and my head would explode if I faced the pressures, just one of the pressures of a $300,000 bet, or someone might being rubbed out, or
Dude,
any
that
of those
is
things.
gambling addiction. A $300,000 bet. My dad and my grandpa both were addicted to gambling briefly. What does that mean? That means that they would literally have poker parties with fellow Shriners throughout the United States with a $5,000 buy-in.
Whether you're going to win or lose. And
Stupid.
Also, it's a question of egotism with Arnold Rothstein. He's going to be smarter than everyone else around him. He is going to pull the
Some of the female federal felons the FBI is excited to put in prison upstairs are excited. They think they've made some headway. And apparently there's some people on the exterior already at 3:17 p.m. ready for the next act of domestic terrorism.
Loves money. He loves gambling.
Tampering and retaliating against an FBI informant.
And he loves being
the Class
just
A felony,
or a lot smarter than
obstruction,
else. Of pulling
witness intimidation,
over on people.
ADA violations, civil rights violations, stalking, criminal trespass, harassment.
That Rothstein was doing that nobody else was doing. And
you know, all the things that are the reason why those that are feeling the heat.
Geico's motorcycle expertise means I'm covered by people who know bikes like I do. I'm happy as a clam.
Disclaimer: no conclusive scientific research has shown clams can experience happiness.
I just meant that I feel really good about my coverage.
Even if you took the climb out for the best day ever, visiting the zoo, taking a scenic ride, knowing you're insured by specialists, and sharing a strawberry ice cream cone together, the clam would not feel happy, and your strawberry cone would taste sort of clammy.
Ew.
Geico's motorcycle specialists who know bikes like you do assume no liability for clammy ice cream cones. Geico. Expertise for your motorcycle.
In 1920, prohibition was imposed across America. The gangs of Italian and Jewish American thugs were quick to
see. I love the origin story of the mafia as far as like when it started to be primarily just the Italians and not just an assortment of cultural groups that hung out together. But like the whole idea that it started because of prohibition. I am not a drinker. I'll drink on occasion. I'm not an alcoholic or anything. It's just that I prefer not to drink.
With gambling
and when I do drink, it's like it's planned. It's like I'm going to go out and drink on this date with so and so. Anyway, that being said, prohibition was fucked up, man.
Sell to the rich. If you
speakeasies tucked away with illegal gambling and illegal bourbon, that would be a great time.
But you will eventually,
even for someone who's not a drinker,
lose business. People will lose confidence. You will be just selling rot gut to the poorest elements of society. You bring the good stuff over from Scotland. You do not adulterate it. You sell it to the best people. You establish a reputation as the go-to guys for good stuff. Rothstein wants to make money from the rich, and also he wants to feel to be the equal of the rich. And maybe in the back of his mind, the superior.
Okay, Nerd Squad, taking a screenshot right now. It's 3:20 p.m. Video is still set to private for the time being. I'm going to go lay down and take a nap. You guys can try and break in. The FBI thinks. That's the keyword. Thinks. The FBI thinks you guys aren't going to break in today, but maybe tomorrow or Monday, because the FBI, and I repeat, the FBI says if their plan goes the way that they would like, by Monday evening, those they're most excited to throw in prison are going to be blowing their tops.
Dutch Schultz, Frank
So I repeat, the
Costello.
FBI thinks no one will be breaking and entering, but perhaps they will. But not today, perhaps tomorrow or Monday. But again, if the FBI has what they want, nobody will be doing that. And Monday evening, those they are most excited and deliberately attempting to blow the tops off of will be furious Monday evening by sundown. And then remember, everybody, I don't know the details. Everything I get is just need to know. But the FBI told me to relay to all of you, and so I'm relaying it again. Tuesday and Wednesday, there's a big fuck you from the FBI to the same people that they are putting the heat on right now, who are instructing you all to perpetrate domestic terrorism against your employer and the country.
And that's where these guys got their start. It was a match made in heaven. Rothstein supplied the cash and never got his hands dirty, while the
anyway, I said all that because I'm going to go take a nap.
Learned to transform small-time thuggery into big business. For those like Luciano, it was the chance of a lifetime.
Rothstein told them there about how real money could be made. Not just in low-level predatory street crime, that there were bigger things. You could fix things.
So as a student of Arnold Rothstein, Luciano saw the practicality and the possibilities in the way that Rothstein did business, such as establishing front companies for his bootlegging and trafficking organizations. There were things that Rothstein was doing that nobody else was doing, and Luciano saw the possibilities of this.
There was once a movie made about Arnold Rothstein called King of the Jazz Age. And he was, in a sense, an uncrowned king of everything that moved, everything that had a price. He was one of those fellows who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. Everything could be bought, every person could be sold, particularly with the political system in New York at that time. As spectacular as the crooked system in Chicago, but this was an established system which extended its talons into Wall Street, into the police force, into everything that moved. And when he was able to do this, he also had money to invest in things which you would not associate with gangsterism. He invested in nightclubs, of course, those were speakeasies, but he also invested in Broadway shows. He financed Broadway theaters, which still exist to this day. It is mind-boggling to think of everything he was involved in.
Rothstein himself appeared civilized, a businessman with refined tastes, the only hood who could pass for a gentleman. David Petrusha.
The way he speaks, the way he dresses, that it's very middle class, very businesslike, and also in his personal habits. He's not a drinker, he's not a smoker. He does have one weakness, though. He loves milk and he loves cake. And that is as wild a living guy as he is. The sane center of an otherwise electrified existence, combining violence and greed and corruption.
Rothstein became Luciano's mentor, refining his manners and teaching him how to appear the gentleman.
Started buying more expensive suits. Don't dress like a gangster. Dress like a gentleman. Rothstein told him that. If you want to be successful, dress like a successful man. Don't dress like a gangster. No white hats.
Arnold Rothstein was not only the mentor to Lucky Luciano in the gangster business, but in the fashion business, and turning a cheap Lower East Side hoodlum into a gangland fashion plate.
He also gives these guys a sense of self-betterment. You should have better vocabulary. And that was a very important touchstone.
For Luciano, his time with Rothstein was an awakening. He could see that this refined, business-like approach was the future of organized crime. And it was already paying off. Selwyn Rabb.
They saw a real gold mine in Prohibition. And what it did was it turned some of them, like Luciano, they had to become executives. Because now they had to run organizations that either imported booze or manufactured it, and you had to distribute it. So in that sense, they had to run a real organization. It wasn't just go out and mug somebody on the street. You had to be smart now, because you were dealing, instead of thousands, you were dealing with millions. So it turned these people who were really inexperienced, old-fashioned outlaws into business criminal executives overnight.
But Luciano wasn't just working with Rothstein. In June of 1923, while still moonlighting as a hitman and dealer for Masseria, he was caught in a police sting. David Petrugia.
Lucky Luciano is peddling drugs on 14th Street, and he gets nabbed with a little too much on him for his own good.
Unlike Rothstein, Luciano couldn't pay off the law. Instead, he saved his own skin by betraying some mobsters wanted by the cops.
He makes a deal with the police. He rats out some of his associates and walks away. At which point, Luciano has two problems. One, his upper-class clients don't want to be associated with a low-level 14th Street drug dealer, and his gangster associates don't want to be associated with a snitch, a rat. So he has to rehabilitate himself.
Luciano escaped jail, but his reputation was in tatters. In desperation, he turned to Rothstein for help.
And he says, Arnold, how can I do this? How can I get back in good graces? Arnold is in a sense, a master of public relations and repairing reputations, what reputation a Lucky Luciano may have. And he says, here's how you do it. There's going to be a big prize fight coming up in New York. The great Jack Dempsey and Luis Firpo. What you do is you spend a huge amount of money on tickets, ringside tickets, the best possible. And then you just give them away to the best possible people, the politically connected people, your rivals in gangsterism.
Luciano sent tickets to rich businessmen, important congressmen, and to mobsters like Al Capone and Johnny Torrio. Then, to top it off, Luciano appeared at the September 1923 match, dressed to the nines. Suddenly, he was someone everyone wanted to know. All thanks to the cunning of his PR man, Arnold Rothstein. Selwyn Rabb.
So he taught Luciano and some other future Hall of Famers in Organized Crimes Hall of Fame how to function, how to operate, how to be slick and not violent. Rothstein knew you could not succeed in American crime by being violent alone. He considered those people misfits, that sooner or later they would be undone, and that the way to succeed and die in your own bed, if you could, was by being organized and smart and slick.
Luciano was back, and he was about to take another huge step in creating a business empire of his own.
Luciano saw and could predict that by the late 20s, prohibition was going to end in America.
He'd cut his teeth as a drug pusher, and now, as historian and author David Petrugia explains, he told Rothstein about the unprecedented demand on the streets.
I'm sure that when Rothstein saw the money which a fellow like Luciano could make, that he knew he could take this game to a much higher level. He is willing to move away from things into more lucrative things. He is not a person who is going to be satisfied with just having one racket. He wants all the rackets, and he wants the next racket.
Historian and author Bernard Whalen.
Rothstein, again, being the brain, saw a market that he could capitalize on. Some mobsters might say, no drugs for me. I don't want us involved in drugs. Rothstein had no qualms about things like that. If they could line his pocket, he was interested. And that's how narcotics comes about for him. Just a simple matter of profit.
When it comes to importing illegal goods, the brain's expertise was second to none. He soon turned their booze smuggling network into a drug trafficking operation. David Petrugia.
Prior to Arnold Rothstein, the drug trade was extremely disoriented. It was not organized at all. But when you have his amount of brains and cash and connections behind any enterprise, it's going to go up exponentially. So because of that, it really is accurate to speak of Arnold Rothstein as the father of the modern American drug trade.
Together, Luciano and Rothstein supplied cities across the country, providing to both the rich and poor.
He knew how to keep his hands clean, arranging it for it to be distributed by somebody else. He's put a layer between him and the drug, a wall almost, that makes it very hard for authorities to penetrate.
And as the money rolled in, Luciano was also learning from Rothstein that with wealth came influence. Douglas Valentine.
Now that wealth translates into power. It translates into political power. It means that you can buy political protection. It means that you can buy police protection because alcohol is something everybody wants to do. So they are willing to collude with gangsters. What they don't understand is that once you cooperate with gangsters, you've sold your soul, and the gangsters understood this.
But in 1925, a new face arrived in town, determined to get in on the action, and the streets of New York would soon erupt into violence. Selwyn Rabb.
Salvatore Maranzano came from a Sicilian mafia stronghold in a city called Castellamarse del Golfo on the coast of Sicily, near Palermo. And he was a different breed. He was considered himself educated. He spoke some Greek. He spoke Latin. He was well-read. He was an admirer of Caesar. In fact, he decided Caesar's military operations could be used the way to organize mafia gangs.
He wanted to seize control of Masseria's empire, and as tensions mounted between the two leaders, the killings began.
There was the outbreak of a war between rival Italian gangs, Sicilian gangs, in the late 1920s and early 1930s. It was known as the Castellamarse Wars. Dozens of bodies fell, and Lucky decided, Luciano saw in his infinite wisdom, that this was bad for business, that it was bringing a lot of attraction, a lot of law enforcement. You couldn't have bodies scattered all over Manhattan and Brooklyn and the Bronx without some kind of law enforcement involvement.
After 18 months of fighting, Luciano decided enough was enough.
Luciano approached Maranzano, the head of the Castellamarse faction, and made a deal with them that he'd bump off Masseria.
In return for sharing power with Maranzano, Luciano offered to kill his boss and take over Masseria's gang. Maranzano accepted.
Lucky, knowing his appetite, invited him to a regal meal.
Luciano's hitmen waited outside for his signal.
Lucky, at one point after the main 4 or 5 courses, excused himself to go to the restroom. And when he went out, suddenly Masseria's bodyguards disappeared. About 3 or 4 gunmen walked in. And that was the end of Joe, the boss, Masseria.
The Castellamarse war was over.
With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-proportioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. It's easy to find time to eat well with 50 wholesome, hassle-free meals to choose from each week, delivered to your door. Their lineup of prep and bake meals come together with minimal mess and only 5 minutes of prep. So your oven does most of the work, not you. Get up to 10 free meals and a free high-protein item for life at HelloFresh.com/HelloFreshPodcast. 1 item per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's up to 10 free HelloFresh meals. Just go to HelloFresh.com/HelloFreshPodcast. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
Maranzano then called hundreds of gang members to a meeting in the Bronx. where he organized the gangs of New York into 5 families to control the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. Luciano was made boss of one of the families.
He leads one of them that later becomes, and now today is known as the Genovese family. It's nice to know that the mob or the mafia never calls themselves by these names. They're actually given to them by law enforcement, by the press. It makes it easy to identify themselves. If you listen to electronic eavesdropping or talk to defectors, they'll tell you, I work for Joe or I work for Al. They never say I'm part of the Gambino or the Lucchese family. They know who they work for. And that's it. It's a brigada. It's a group.
Each bravada would be led by a boss with an underboss, lieutenants and soldiers. And all the families would be equal and free to make money. But then Maranzano declared himself capo di tutti capi, the boss of all bosses. If anyone disagreed, they'd be killed.
Suddenly, Maranzano got a swelled head. Somebody who hadn't looked upon himself as the boss of bosses now decided he was the boss of bosses. And he wanted to take over, and he started giving orders, how he was going to organize everybody. And you would be incumbent. You'd have to deal with him in anything you wanted to do.
And despite his promises of equality, he soon began to whittle down rival families' rackets in favor of his own. Luciano was furious and determined to strike back. But Maranzano had anticipated this and contracted a hitman to get rid of him.
Luciano had a friend in one of the close people to Maranzano. This was a man by the name of Lucchese. And Lucchese got word to Luciano that Maranzano was going to bump him off because he saw him as a potential threat.
Luciano knew it was kill or be killed. The problem was how to get to Maranzano. He was extremely well protected, always surrounded by bodyguards. He owned a bulletproof car. But Luciano knew tax agents and accountants were frequent visitors to Maranzano's offices. That could be his way in. He would send hitmen posing as Internal Revenue Service inspectors. As an extra touch, they would be Jewish. Eric Desenholm.
One of the stereotypes of the Jewish rackets is the Jewish guys handled the money and the Italian guys were the tough guys. Not true. Interestingly enough, when Luciano took over the Italian rackets, it was the Jewish muscle that played a big role.
Luciano reached out to his childhood friend, Meyer Lansky, who set about organizing a small gang of Jewish assassins.
The idea was that if you use Jewish gunmen, we get very ethnic now. If you use Jewish gunmen, the Italian criminals wouldn't be so suspicious because they wouldn't look like Italian hitmen or Sicilian hitmen.
On the afternoon of September 10th, 1931, Luciano's hitmen entered Maranzano's office in the towering New York Central building on Park Avenue. No one suspected they were anything but IRS agents.
One of the guys whose name was Red Levine, who was known for being an Orthodox Jew who would not kill on the Sabbath. But Maranzano was so bigoted that he felt if some Jewish bean counter IRS guys came to his office, they couldn't do him any harm. Well, not only did they do him harm, they killed him.
2 of the men went with Maranzano into his private room and closed the door behind them. They stabbed him multiple times and slashed his throat, but still he fought them off. In the end, they shot him 4 times and fled. With Maranzano dead, Luciano was the king of New York. At last, with Meyer Lansky as his right-hand man, he could realize his vision to organize crime.
Unit 207
Historian and journalist Doug Valentine.
The relationship between Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky is the most important relationship in organized crime in the United States.
Lansky was tough, honest, and brilliant with numbers. capable of performing complex calculations in his head. Crucial to his relationship with Luciano, Lansky wasn't hungry to be the boss.
Lansky could never be a leader for one reason. He could never be a member because he wasn't of Italian or Sicilian extract. He was a Jew and he knew his place. He was highly respected as somebody who had the ear of Luciano, who could talk to Luciano, and he was a great entrepreneur in criminal endeavors. But he was never a kingmaker or in a position of authority.
Together, they were a formidable team.
Through that partnership and the associations that they each brought to this partnership, modern organized crime was born. They saw that they could work together, Italians, Jews, Irishmen, that they could find people who would collude with them, politicians in particular, union people, and they were constantly reaching out for new ways to expand this organization into internationally and all sorts of different activities, funneling their money into. Luciano was one of the first people to see with Meyer Lansky the beauty of forming casinos to launder the money that they made in other rackets. So they're really quite far thinking, and although of course their efforts were in crime, and it's hard to forgive them for that. But nevertheless, he was a criminal genius.
But Luciano and Lansky were very aware that their continued success would rely on creating stability between all the mob families.
These are two incredibly talented and open-minded, in a sense, individuals who, having seen what Arnold Rothstein was able to accomplish as an individual, realized that if they joined forces on using an American corporation as a model, that they could eliminate the possibility of an individual like Rothstein monopolizing profits, and they could share profits and distribute them evenly, and therefore bring a certain stability to organized crime that had never existed before.
Luciano was determined to prevent inter-mob wars from ever breaking out again.
Lucky took over, and Lucky, instead of saying, everybody's going to pay tribute to me, I'm the new boss, that would have just meant more bullets flying in his direction. He organized the 5 family systems. That was a brilliant organizational arrangement, worthy of any corporate system.
Towards the end of 1931, Luciano summoned the top leaders of 20 crime groups across the country to a national conference in Chicago. What Luciano proposed was extraordinary. An entirely new business structure for organized crime.
He laid out the rules. Here's how we're going to operate. And that framework and the rules and regulations, the Constitution, the 10 Commandments, still exist today. He built this impregnable fortress, this whole concept that had never existed before. Essentially, he modified what had been a system in Sicily for perhaps about 100 years, but he improved upon it. He created a whole new texture, a whole new way, a whole new concept of how criminals could operate in America, organized criminals.
Luciano kept with Maranzano's 5 New York families, but to each family he added a consigliere, a skilled counselor and advisor, whose task was to ensure that problems within families were resolved without the need for violence.
Lucky Luciano transplanted the idea and the whole concept and framework of an organization. The Jewish gangs, the Irish gangs, they were mainly dependent on one person. You eliminated the leader and the gang disintegrated. There was no framework. There was no continuation. Luciano created the idea of what he called families or borgatas, groups, throughout the country, and that they would have a framework. You'd have a boss, an underboss, a consigliere, and the workers, the crews with capos, an organizational scheme. And this was his genius. His
Too many
genius.
discussions going on overhead
For
for
a
me to
criminal
be able
anyway.
to sleep.
Luciano implanted this concept that the family
I'd like to
would
take
be
a nap.
paramount.
Too many people are running their mouths. Too many people are running their mouths that are going to prison.
Died or was killed or was indicted or convicted and sentenced to prison, the organization would continue.
While Luciano rejected many of the old Sicilian
But here, I'll do you guys a favor, okay? Let me do show and tell for you guys.
of the made man,
Ready for show and tell, guys?
that individuals had to be made part of the family.
Are you ready for show and tell?
It was never easy to get into the
You ready for show and tell?
Italian mafia.
Ending this live stream at 3:46 p.m. A new live stream will initiate in 90 seconds or less. The offline recording's still
It's hard to
going.
get in there into a father and son union. But the point was, yes, you worked for them. What was the quid pro quo? You had to get something.